Welcome to Midnight Nostalgia, and to the first edition of the Midnight Collection. Tonight, we'll travel through 3 places that forever changed the sound of American music. From the recording studios of Muscle Shoals, to the quiet hills of Laurel Canyon, where songwriters gathered to create music that would define a generation, to the highways and back roads that gave rise to Southern rock. Dim the lights, settle in, and enjoy the roots of American music. Our journey begins in an unlikely place. In a small Alabama town, musicians from different backgrounds came together to create some of the most influential recordings in American history. This is the story of Muscle Shoals. The sound of Muscle Shoals, where American music found its soul. The road runs through northwest Alabama, 2 lanes of asphalt cutting through the humid southern night. On either side, the darkness is broken only occasionally by the lights of small towns: Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. Their names marking points along the Tennessee River, which moves slowly through this region, broad and patient, carrying its cargo of mud and memory southward toward the distant Gulf. Bluffs and the kudzu-covered telephone bluffs and the kudzu-covered telephone poles, the small frame houses set back from the road, with their porch lights glowing yellow against the black. This is the South, the deep South, Alabama in the years when the civil rights movement was still a living memory, when the region was trying to figure out what it would become after the old certainties had been challenged and partially dismantled. And somewhere along this road, in one of these small towns, there is a building that does not look like much from the outside. A low structure of brick and concrete, squatting close to the highway, with a small parking lot where cars and tour buses pull in under the hot daytime sun or the warm nighttime air. The sign, if you can see it in the darkness, says simply what it is: a recording studio. One of several in this area, each with its own history and its own character, but all of them connected by geography and by the particular sound that was made here, the music that came to be associated with this place. This is Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and this is the story of how a small town in the northwestern corner of the state became one of the most important recording centers in American music history. It is a story about studios and musicians, about technology and geography, about race and region, and the complicated ways that music moves between people and across boundaries. It is a story about a sound, the Muscle Shoals sound, that was created by specific people in specific places, but that came to influence music far beyond this region's borders. We will tell this story slowly, the way the Tennessee River moves, taking our time, attending to details that might seem small, but that together create the larger picture. We will visit the studios where the music was made, meet the musicians who made it, understand the rooms and the atmosphere of late-night sessions where something extraordinary was being created. Settle in. The night is long, and the road ahead winds through years and decades of musical history. There is no hurry. The music will be there when we arrive, patient and enduring, waiting to be heard again, as it was heard then, through the warm darkness of a southern night, captured on magnetic tape in modest rooms where greatness was quietly, consistently being made. The river and the road, geography as destiny. Before we enter the studios, before we meet the musicians, we should understand the place itself, because Muscle Shoals and the music made there cannot be separated from the geography and history of northwest Alabama, from the Tennessee River and the land it flows through, from the particular social and cultural landscape of this corner of the Deep South. The Tennessee River is the defining geographic feature of the region. It flows west from the mountains of East Tennessee, then curves south through northern Alabama, before turning north again to join the Ohio River in Kentucky. In northwest Alabama, the river is wide and slow, its banks lined with bluffs and bottomland. The towns along it, Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, are collectively known as the Shoals area, named for the rapids that once made this stretch of the river difficult to navigate before the dams controlled the water levels. By the 1960s, when the recording studios were being established, the Shoals area was a modest regional center, notable primarily for its industrial base of aluminum plants and chemical factories, attracted by cheap TVA electricity. The population was racially divided, as was all of Alabama, with segregation maintained through both law and custom. The civil rights movement was active in the state, with Birmingham and Montgomery serving as major centers of protest, and while the Shoals area was not as nationally visible in these struggles, it was certainly affected by them. This was the social landscape in which the recording studios operated. The fact that the studios became places where black singers and white musicians worked together, closely and collaboratively, making music that drew from both African American and white Southern traditions, was not politically neutral in the Alabama of the 1960s. It was a quiet form of integration, happening not through legislation or protest, but through the shared work of making music that both groups valued. The musical traditions of the region were deep and varied. This was the South, where music was part of daily life, in churches and juke joints, on front porches and in living rooms, on radio stations that played everything from gospel to country to rhythm and blues. The musicians who would become the core of the Muscle Shoals sound grew up hearing all of this music, absorbing it without necessarily thinking about genre boundaries or racial categories. They heard the blues and the gospel and the country, and they learned to play in ways that drew from all these sources. The presence of a recording industry in such a small, out-of-the-way place had its own logic. Real estate was cheap. Musicians were available, talented players hungry for work who brought their own regional sensibilities. And there was a romantic appeal to recording in the South, in the region where so much American music had originated, rather than in the established industry centers of New York, Los Angeles, or Nashville. There was also something about the pace of life in a small Alabama town that seemed to suit the making of a certain kind of music. The urgency and the competition that characterized the major market studios, the sense of time being money, of sessions being rushed, of everyone always moving on to the next thing, was less present here. You could take your time, you could get the feel right rather than settling for the technically correct. You could let a session run late because the song wasn't finished yet, because the groove wasn't quite where it needed to be, because something in the room hadn't yet arrived. The music that resulted from that patience was different from music made under pressure. It was more settled, more sure of itself, more willing to breathe. The key figure in establishing Muscle Shoals as a recording center was Rick Hall, who founded Fame Studios, an acronym for Florence, Alabama Music Enterprises, in the late 1950s. Hall was a white Southerner from rural Alabama with an almost obsessive drive to succeed in the music business. He started with a small studio in Florence and gradually built Fame into a facility that could compete with any in the country, attracting major artists and establishing a reputation for a particular kind of sound, raw, emotional, deeply rooted in Southern musical traditions. Fame was located on a 2-lane road outside Florence in a converted tobacco warehouse. Hall assembled a core group of musicians, the rhythm section that would come to be known as the Muscle Shoals Rhythm Section, or later, the Swampers. These musicians, David Hood on bass, Roger Hawkins on drums, Jimmy Johnson on guitar, and Barry Beckett on keyboards, would become the instrumental foundation for much of the music recorded in Muscle Shoals, their playing as important to the sound as the studios themselves. The story of Muscle Shoals recording is really two parallel stories: the story of Fame Studios under Rick Hall's direction, and the story of Muscle Shoals Sound Studio, which the rhythm section members themselves founded in 1969 when they left Fame to start their own operation. The building they chose was at 3614 Jackson Highway in Sheffield, a low, unassuming structure of brick and concrete that had been a coffin factory, of all things. They converted it into a recording studio through improvisation and necessity more than elaborate planning. But it was precisely this modesty, this unpretentiousness, that became part of the Muscle Shoals mystique. These were not fancy studios in gleaming high-rise buildings. They were working-class spaces, functional and straightforward, focused on making music rather than impressing visitors. The musicians who worked there were similarly unpretentious, skilled professionals who took their work seriously, but who didn't stand on ceremony, who were as likely to be found eating barbecue or talking about fishing as discussing music theory. The sound that came out of these modest rooms would influence American popular music for decades. Inside the rooms, the physical world of recording. To understand the Muscle Shoals sound, we need to step inside these studios, to understand them as physical spaces, as acoustic environments, as the particular rooms where the music was actually made. Muscle Shoals Sound Studio at 3614. Jackson Highway was compact and utilitarian. The control room was dim, as control rooms typically were in this era. Overhead, fluorescent lights were rarely used during sessions. Instead, illumination came from small lamps near the mixing console and from the soft glow of the VU meters that rose and fell, with the music passing through the system. This low light reduced glare on the window separating the control room from the live room, and it contributed to a particular mood, the sense of being in a protected environment, insulated from the outside world, focused entirely on sound. By the early 1970s, the centerpiece of the control room was an API console, a large-format analog desk made by Automated Processes Incorporated, known for its sturdy, good-sounding equipment. Its surface grew warm to the touch during long sessions, heated by the electrical current running through the circuitry inside. Behind the engineer's position stood the multi-track tape machine, typically an 8-track Scully or Ampex in the earlier years, with 16 and 24-track machines arriving later. Much of the classic Muscle Shoals work was done on 8 tracks, a limitation that required careful planning, but that also enforced a discipline that often served the music well. The live room was not large, perhaps 20 feet by 30 feet, with a ceiling high enough to give the room some air, but not so high as to create excessive reverberation. The walls were treated empirically, panels covered with burlap over insulation, ceiling tiles, pieces of wood, added gradually until the room sounded right to the musicians and engineers who worked there. This was not scientific acoustic design, it was practical experimentation. The result was a room that engineers would call relatively dry, Sound did not bounce around creating long, complex reverberation. Instead, it was absorbed relatively quickly, allowing for a direct, intimate quality in the recordings. This dryness was a fundamental part of the Muscle Shoals sound. Drums that were close and present, voices that felt like they were singing right in front of you, instruments with clarity and separation, rather than washing into reverb. When you hear a Muscle Shoals record, you hear the room, compact, focused, workmanlike, and alive. The tape machines were always running or ready to run during sessions. Their presence was both visual and auditory, the large reels turning steadily, the soft mechanical sound of the transport, the gentle hiss of tape passing over the heads. When the machine was in record mode, red lights would illuminate, signaling that what was happening in the live room was being committed to tape. The microphones used were professional studio standards: Neumann large diaphragm condensers for vocals, Shure and Sennheiser dynamics for drums and guitar amplifiers, ribbon microphones for applications where their smooth, warm character was desired. The choice of microphone and its placement were crucial decisions that shaped the tone of each recorded source. Drum miking was relatively simple by later standards, perhaps 6 microphones total, sometimes fewer. The limited number of microphones and tracks meant that the drum sound had to be achieved primarily through the drums themselves, their tuning, their damping, the drummers playing. The use of reverb was relatively restrained. The dry, intimate quality of the room was allowed to speak for itself. When reverb was used, plate reverbs, spring reverbs, or the occasional echo chamber, it was typically subtle, adding space and depth without overwhelming the direct sound. Sessions at Muscle Shoals Sound Studio typically ran long into the night. As the hours deepened past midnight and approached dawn, the outside world fell away, leaving only the music and the people making it. The parking lot outside would be empty except for the cars of those in the session. Inside, the control room lights were dimmed, the live room softly illuminated, the tape machines turning steadily. Coffee was consumed in large quantities. Cigarettes were smoked. Conversation between takes was quiet and focused. The process of actually building a recording unfolded in stages that had their own rhythm. The rhythm section would typically record first, establishing the basic tracks, drums, bass, rhythm guitar, keyboards, with all the musicians playing together in the live room. These live performances were the foundation, not click-tracked, not assembled from separately recorded parts, but captured together in real time, with all the small imperfections and all the living energy that came from musicians actually listening to each other and responding. The basic tracks would occupy 4 or 5 of the available 8 tracks on the tape machine. The remaining tracks were reserved for overdubs, lead vocals, background vocals, horn parts, guitar solos, whatever the arrangement required. Recording a lead vocal had its own particular quality of experience. The singer would stand in the live room, typically alone now, wearing headphones that played back the basic track. A large diaphragm condenser microphone in front of them, capturing every nuance. The engineer watching the VU meters in the control room, the producer beside him listening for the quality he needed, the artist on the other side of the glass finding their way into the song. Multiple takes were usually recorded, not because the first take was always inadequate. Sometimes the first take was the one, had an electricity and a presence that subsequent attempts could not match, but because options were valuable, and because sometimes a singer needed to live inside a song for a few passes before the performance found its full depth. the decision about which take to use was made collectively. The musicians, the producer, the artist, the engineer, all listening to the playbacks and feeling their way toward the one that was right. In these late hours, a particular kind of concentration could emerge. The musicians were tired enough that their conscious minds relaxed slightly, allowing intuition and feeling to guide their playing more than deliberate thought. The producers and engineers were in a similar state, making decisions based on what sounded right, rather than on formulas or preconceptions. And sometimes, in this state, magic would happen. A performance that transcended technique and became something more. Something with genuine emotional power that none of those present could quite explain, but that all of them recognized instantly. When a great take happened, everyone in the room knew it. There was a feeling, a shared recognition that what had just been captured was special. Sometimes this was expressed verbally, excited talk in the control room, musicians calling to each other through the glass. Other times it was quieter, just knowing looks and satisfied nods, an unspoken acknowledgement that the work had achieved what it needed to achieve. The tape was rewound. Everyone listened. And in the listening, there was the specific satisfaction of people who had been trying to make something real and had, for once, completely succeeded. The Swampers, 4 musicians and a sound. Any telling of the Muscle Shoals story must center on the 4 musicians who formed the Swampers, because to understand the sound is, ultimately, to understand them. Roger Hawkins was the drummer, and the rhythmic foundation began with him. Hawkins had an unusual quality. He played slightly behind the beat, creating a laid-back feel that made the music feel relaxed even when it was moving quickly. His drums were tuned relatively low and were often dampened to reduce ringing and sustain, creating a dry, fat sound. The snare had a thick crack rather than a bright pop. The kick drum was felt as much as heard, a low thump in the chest when the music played loud. This was not accidental. It was the sound of a drummer who had absorbed the blues and the gospel, who understood that groove was not about speed, but about weight and feel, and the particular way that a slightly delayed beat can make a listener lean forward, as if the music is pulling them in. David Hood's bass work was the spine that held everything together. Hood played with his fingers, which gave a softer attack, but maintained definition and clarity. His bass lines were melodic. They moved and breathed, gave the low-end harmonic interest, rather than simply anchoring the root notes. The bass sat solidly in the low mid-range of the frequency spectrum, providing foundation without overwhelming the mix with excessive rumble. It was a bass tone designed for radio, for small speakers, for the world of everyday listening, and it translated perfectly across every medium. Jimmy Johnson's guitar work was characterized by restraint. He often played through small amplifiers turned up enough for warmth and slight breakup, but not so much that the tone became fuzzy. The rhythm guitar parts were sparse and syncopated, adding texture and motion without cluttering the arrangement. When he played lead, it was melodic and economical. Solos that served the songs rather than commanding attention for themselves, with a warm, singing tone that answered and complemented the vocal melodies. Barry Beckett's keyboards completed the picture. On organ, he used the Hammond's drawbars to create warm, full tones, and he used the Leslie speaker's rotating mechanism to add movement and dimension. The organ often played sustained chords that created a bed for the vocals, or rhythmic figures that locked with the rhythm section and added texture. On piano, whether acoustic or electric, Beckett would often play simple, repetitive patterns, sometimes just 2 or 3 notes, repeated in a rhythm that reinforced the groove. This restraint was characteristic of the entire Muscle Shoals approach, adding what was needed and no more, leaving space for the vocal and the other instruments rather than filling every moment with activity. Together, these 4 men created something that was greater than the sum of its parts, a rhythm section with a collective personality, a shared sense of time and feel, an ability to lock into a groove and make it feel inevitable. They could adapt to different styles and different artists while always sounding like themselves, and they could take a minimal starting point, a rough demo, a lyric hook, a general groove idea, and through collaborative, iterative playing, build it into something complete and compelling. This collaborative arrangement process was one of their great strengths. When an artist arrived without fully formed arrangements, which was common, particularly with soul and R&B sessions, the Swampers would work up an approach through what they called a head arrangement. They would listen to whatever material was provided, discuss it briefly, what tempo felt right, what key the vocalist needed, what general feel was appropriate. And then they would simply start playing, trying different approaches, adjusting and refining until something clicked. The process was iterative and musical rather than verbal. Someone would try something, the others would listen and respond. The producer or artist would offer feedback from the control room, suggesting changes or confirming that a direction was working. Gradually, through this process, the song would take shape, and the shape it took would always bear the marks of all 4 musicians. The specific combination of Hood's bass choices, and Hawkins's groove, and Johnson's chord voicings, and Beckett's keyboard fills that created something more integrated, more inevitable sounding than any arrangement that had been written down in advance could have been. This ability to build arrangements collaboratively, in real time, in service of the song and the artist, was perhaps the most important single thing the Swampers brought to their sessions. Many musicians can execute a written arrangement with skill and precision. Far fewer can hear a rough idea and, in the course of an afternoon, turn it into something that sounds like it could not have been made any other way. The Swampers were not just session musicians hired by the hour. They were partners in the studio itself, owners who had invested their own money and their own careers in making the facility successful. This gave them a different relationship to the work. They were building something together, creating an enterprise that reflected their own musical values and their own vision of how recording should be done. And the culture in the studio, simultaneously professional and casual, respectful without being deferential, focused without being rigid, reflected that ownership, that shared commitment to the music above everything else. The studio they built was, in a sense, an extension of who they were, modest, functional, unglamorous, and entirely focused on the thing that mattered. No marble lobbies, no famous artworks on the walls, just the equipment, the room, the musicians, and the music. Everything else was beside the point. Voices that came, the artists who recorded in Muscle Shoals. The reputation of Muscle Shoals as a recording center spread through the music industry not through advertising or marketing, but through the recordings themselves and through word of mouth among musicians and producers. As more artists experienced what could be achieved in these Alabama studios with the Swampers as the rhythm section, more came, creating a flow of talent through Muscle Shoals that was remarkable for such a small, out-of-the-way place. The artists who recorded there across the late 1960s and through the 1970s represented an astonishing range of styles and backgrounds. Soul singers and rock bands, pop artists and country musicians, legends and newcomers, all found something valuable in the Muscle Shoals experience. Aretha Franklin came to Fame Studios in 1967, brought by producer Jerry Wexler, who believed that the Muscle Shoals musicians could provide the kind of Southern soul backing that Franklin's voice deserved. The sessions produced I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You, a recording that became one of Franklin's signature songs and that helped establish both her career and Muscle Shoals' reputation simultaneously. The circumstances of that session have become part of music industry legend. Franklin had been recording in New York with Columbia Records for several years, producing polished work that, by most accounts, did not fully capture what her voice could do. Wexler believed the problem was environment, that the sophistication of the Columbia sessions had gotten between Franklin's gospel roots and the music she needed to make. He brought her to Alabama, to Rick Hall's studio, and put her in a room with musicians who understood the Southern soul tradition from the inside. The groove that the rhythm section created was essential to the recording's power, providing a foundation perfectly calibrated to the weight and urgency of Franklin's extraordinary vocal performance. There was something specific about the combination of her gospel-trained voice, that voice that sounded like it had always known where it was going, even when it was finding the way for the first time, and the particular looseness and heat of the Swampers playing. They weren't simply behind her, they were in the room with her, responding to her, creating with her in real time. The record sounded like that. It still does. The sessions at Fame were not without tension. Accounts from the time describe a complicated evening that ended with the recording incomplete and Franklin departing Alabama. But the track that was captured was enough. I Never Loved a Man announced to anyone who heard it that something extraordinary had been found, a voice and a backing that were so precisely matched they sounded as if they had been made for each other. Franklin would later record more tracks for the same album at other studios, but the Muscle Shoals sessions set the template and established the sound that would define her work for the next several years. Wilson Pickett recorded multiple sessions at Fame in the mid-1960s, producing hits like Land of 1,000 Dances and Mustang Sally. Pickett's raw, shouting vocal style found its perfect complement in the Muscle Shoals rhythm section's hard-driving grooves. The recordings were urgent and physical, capturing Pickett's energy while maintaining musical discipline and clarity. Pickett was a formidable personality in the studio, known to be demanding, impatient with anything that didn't meet his standards, a perfectionist who would push a session as hard as necessary to get what he needed. He needed musicians who wouldn't back down from that energy, who would match his intensity with their own, rather than retreating into safe, professional competence. The Swampers did exactly that, playing with a focused aggression that elevated the performances without ever overwhelming them. The recordings that resulted were among the most physically powerful things to come out of Fame. Music that hit you in the chest before it hit you in the mind, that had a directness and an energy that was simply impossible to ignore. The sessions also demonstrated something important about Rick Hall's instincts as a producer, his ability to understand what an artist needed and to create the conditions in which that need could be met. Hall could be difficult. Accounts from people who worked with him describe a complex personality, driven and sometimes harsh, but he was also genuinely talented at matching artists with contexts, at hearing what a voice needed and providing it. Percy Sledge recorded When a Man Loves a Woman at Fame in 1966, a ballad that became one of the most enduring soul recordings ever made. The song's arrangement was built around Sledge's aching vocal and Spooner Oldham's swooning organ. That organ, with its slow, swooning vibrato, is one of the most recognizable sounds in all of American music, with the rhythm section providing subtle, supportive accompaniment. The recording's intimacy and emotional directness were characteristic of the best Muscle Shoals work, the technology and the musicianship serving the song without overwhelming it. There is a quality in that recording of something irreplaceable being captured, a voice at a particular moment of feeling, in a room that was exactly the right size, with musicians who understood that their job was to hold the space gently and let the voice fill it. Sledge was not a technically accomplished singer in the way that Aretha Franklin was. What he had was something different and equally rare, complete sincerity. When he sang, you believed him without question. The Muscle Shoals environment understood that kind of sincerity and knew how to frame it, how to surround it with just enough music to give it a context and a shape, without adding anything that would dilute or complicate the pure transmission of feeling. The record remains, more than half a century after it was made, one of the most emotionally direct recordings in the soul tradition. Etta James came to Muscle Shoals Sound Studio to record what would become one of the landmark soul albums, Tell Mama. James's powerful blues-drenched voice found its ideal setting in the thick, swampy grooves that the Swampers provided. The sessions produced multiple tracks that became classics, demonstrating the compatibility between James's raw, emotional singing and the rhythm section's deep, grounded playing. James was a singer who wore her experience openly. You could hear it in every note, the blues and the church and the hard years and the joyful ones, all of it present simultaneously in a voice that refused to separate the personal history from the musical performance. She had been through things, and her voice said so, clearly and without apology. The Muscle Shoals approach, with its emphasis on feel over finish, on emotional truth over technical perfection, on capturing what actually happened in the room rather than constructing an idealized version in the mix, was the ideal frame for everything she carried. The sessions created recordings that felt like they were coming from somewhere real, from a person who had actually lived what she was singing about. Because they were. Because she had. The staple singers came to Muscle Shoals Sound Studio in the early 1970s and recorded I'll Take You There, a gospel soul track that became a #1 hit. The song's groove was deceptively simple, a reggae-influenced rhythm with a loping bass line and steady drums, over which the Staples' voices floated with spiritual authority. The recording captured something that was both joyful and deep, commercial but authentic, spiritual but entirely present in the physical world of the groove. Mavis Staples' voice, in particular, had a quality that seemed to contain the whole history of Black American sacred music, the field holler and the hymn and the gospel shout, all present at once in a single performance that was also entirely just itself. She was not performing history. She was the living continuation of it. And the Swampers understood that their job was simply not to get in the way of that, to provide a groove so confident and so grounded that the voice could float above it without effort, could go wherever it needed to go, could carry whatever spiritual weight it needed to carry. They executed their restraint with the skill of musicians who knew that sometimes the most important thing you can do is leave space. The record went to number 1, which was the right result, a recording that was simultaneously genuinely spiritual and genuinely great pop music, a combination that is rarer than it should be. Clarence Carter recorded multiple sessions at Fame and became closely identified with the Muscle Shoals sound. Carter had a blues-rooted vocal style and an instinct for story songs, narratives with characters and situations, songs that worked like little movies. His voice had grit and warmth simultaneously, the roughness of the blues and the accessibility of pop. He was a singer who could make you feel that the story he was telling had actually happened to him, that the woman in the song was real, that the outcome of the narrative mattered personally. The rhythm section behind him on his best recordings seemed to breathe with the story he was telling, providing exactly the right amount of push and exactly the right amount of space. The results were records that worked on the radio and in the jukebox, that were both commercially successful and artistically honest, exactly the combination that the Muscle Shoals studios had always been designed to achieve. Candy Staton was among the most important female voices to record in Muscle Shoals in this era. Her recordings there, produced by Rick Hall at Fame, showed what the Alabama studios could do with a singer who combined gospel power with country vulnerability, who could be tender and devastating in the same phrase. Staton had grown up in the church, had the gospel roots that gave her voice its depth and its capacity for emotional directness. But she had also absorbed country and soul and the whole range of Southern musical life in ways that made her genuinely difficult to categorize. That difficulty was a strength, not a limitation. It meant she could move between styles without losing herself, could take a country standard and make it feel like a personal confession, could sing a disco track and make it feel like a prayer. Songs like Stand By Your Man, her crossover version of the Tammy Wynette country classic, and Young Hearts Run Free demonstrated a range that the Muscle Shoals environment allowed her to fully explore. Hall understood her voice, its specific weight, its specific timbre, the particular way it could drop down into a near whisper and then rise to a full-voiced proclamation. And he built arrangements around it that gave it room, the rhythm section providing the groove, the strings adding warmth, and always Staton's voice at the center, doing exactly what it needed to do and nothing more. Her recordings from this period are among the most underappreciated things to come out of Muscle Shoals, the work of a genuinely extraordinary singer who deserves to be heard as clearly as the more celebrated names in this story. Boz Scaggs came to Muscle Shoals in the early 1970s, recording an album that featured the song Loan Me a Dime, an extended blues in which Skaggs's voice moved from quiet introspection to full-throated release over a backing track that went through its own extraordinary journey of build and release. The recording was one of the longest and most ambitious things ever committed to tape in Muscle Shoals, a 12-minute exploration of what the blues form could contain, how far it could reach, how much emotional territory it could cover. It was evidence that the musicians could sustain and develop over extended durations, could build a musical arc across 10 or 12 minutes, and make every moment of it feel necessary and alive. What made Loan Me a Dime extraordinary was not just its length, but its shape. The way it moved through distinct emotional phases, building slowly from something almost tentative to something enormous, then releasing that tension and building again. The Muscle Shoals' approach to this kind of extended form was the same as its approach to shorter material. Serve the song, serve the feeling, trust the groove, don't add what isn't needed. Over 12 minutes, that approach produced something that felt less like a pop record and more like a genuine piece of music, something that existed on its own terms, that asked for your sustained attention and rewarded it completely. The Rolling Stones recorded Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, and other tracks at Muscle Shoals Sound Studio in December 1969, seeking the American Southern sound that they had heard on records and wanted for their own music. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards worked with the Swampers to capture grooves that had both rock energy and soul feel, creating recordings that became some of the Stones' most enduring work. The fact that these sessions happened at all says something important about the reach and the reputation of what the Swampers had built. By the end of 1969, Muscle Shoals Sound Studio was barely a year old. And yet here were the Rolling Stones, at that moment arguably the most important rock band in the world, flying to a small town in Alabama to record in a former coffin factory with 4 session musicians that most of their fans had never heard of. They had come because of what they could hear in the records, that specific combination of soul feel and southern earthiness that the Swampers provided, and that no amount of studio work in London could replicate. There is a particular irony and a particular beauty in this, a British rock band coming to Alabama to learn from white Southern musicians who had themselves learned from Black American traditions. The music moved in circles and spirals, crossing racial and national boundaries, each transmission changing it slightly while preserving something essential. Brown Sugar and Wild Horses, when you hear them now, carry in them the specific sound of that Jackson Highway room, the dry drum sound, the warm bass, the particular quality of musicians playing together in a space that was focused and intimate and not trying to be anything more than what it was. Paul Simon came to Muscle Shoals in the early 1970s to record tracks for his There Goes Rhymin' Simon album. Songs like Take Me to the Mardi Gras and Kodachrome were built on grooves that the Swampers created, blending Simon's melodic sensibility with rhythms that had funk and soul influences. The collaboration demonstrated that Muscle Shoals' value wasn't limited to any single genre. The musicians could adapt to different styles while maintaining their own essential character. Simon was, in many ways, the opposite of what the Muscle Shoals aesthetic typically produced, a meticulous craftsman, a writer of careful and complex songs, a musician whose instincts ran towards sophistication rather than rawness. And yet the collaboration worked, produced recordings that were among the best of Simon's solo career, because what the Swampers gave him was not a sound that replaced his own, but a foundation that his songs needed. An earthiness, a physical directness, a groove that came from deep in the southern soil of American music, and that gave his finely crafted songs a dimension of rootedness they had previously sometimes lacked. The lesson was one that many artists learned in Muscle Shoals. Sometimes the most sophisticated thing you can do is simplify, is trust the groove, is put your songs in the hands of musicians who know how to make them feel like something that actually happened. Rod Stewart came to Muscle Shoals to record, as did Traffic, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Bob Seger, the Osmonds, and dozens of others across the decade. Each found something different in the experience, but all benefited from the particular combination of musicianship, room sound, and recording approach that defined the Alabama studios. Seeger, whose blue-collar rock aesthetic aligned naturally with the working-class ethos of the Muscle Shoals musicians, captured in his recordings there both the energy of rock and roll and the groove of soul music, a combination that would define his appeal to audiences for decades. Old-time rock and roll, which became one of his signature songs, had in its bones the Muscle Shoals approach, direct, unpretentious, built on a groove that you felt before you understood it, and then couldn't stop feeling once you had. What drew these diverse artists to Muscle Shoals, and what made the recording successful, was a combination that was simultaneously simple and irreproducible. Extraordinarily skilled but flexible musicians, studios with good equipment and competent engineers, and an atmosphere, a feeling in the rooms, a way of working that encouraged honest, emotional performances. Artists who came there often commented on how different the experience was from recording in larger, more commercial studios. There was less pressure, less self-consciousness, less of the ambient anxiety that attaches to expensive time in famous rooms in major cities. No one was performing for the other musicians. No one was protecting their reputation. The Muscle Shoals musicians were there to make the song sound good, and only that. This simplicity of purpose created an environment where artists could take risks, could be vulnerable, could deliver performances that had real emotional content without worrying about whether those performances were polished enough or sophisticated enough or commercially appropriate enough. The isolation of the place was part of this. You flew into Muscle Shoals, and you were in a small southern town with not much to do except make music. There were no distractions of the kind that a New York or Los Angeles recording session offered. No industry parties to attend, no other sessions to drop in on, no social obligations competing with the work. You were there for the music, and the music was there for you, and the specific quality of attention that the place demanded was one that the recordings carried. You can hear it, the quality of musicians who were present, fully present, with nothing else on their minds. The racial dynamics of these sessions were complex and significant. Muscle Shoals in the late 1960s and 1970s was still deeply marked by segregation and racial tension. The civil rights movement was ongoing, with Birmingham and other Alabama cities serving as major battlegrounds. In this context, the collaboration between black singers and white musicians in the recording studios was not politically neutral. It was a form of integration happening in practice, through shared work, in an environment where the quality of the music was the primary consideration. This doesn't mean that race was invisible, or that the studios were utopian spaces free from the prejudices of the surrounding society. The power dynamics were complex. White musicians and studio owners were often in positions of control, while black artists provided the creative material that generated commercial value. The economic arrangements weren't always equitable, but within the studios, during sessions, there was a genuine musical conversation across racial lines that produced extraordinary results. The Swampers played for black soul singers with respect and with a deep understanding of the musical traditions those singers drew from. The singers, in turn, trusted these white Southern musicians to provide the backing their songs needed. The music that resulted carried the traces of this collaboration, blending African American and white Southern musical traditions in ways that were both commercially successful and artistically significant. The sound itself, what made it distinctive. When people talk about the Muscle Shoals sound, they are referring to a set of sonic and musical characteristics common to many recordings made in these studios. Characteristics that made the music immediately recognizable and that distinguished it from recordings made elsewhere. The first and most fundamental characteristic was the rhythm section's feel. The swampers played with a particular combination of precision and looseness, of being locked in together while maintaining a sense of human swing and breath. The time was solid, the tempo didn't waver, but it wasn't mechanical. There was a slight elasticity, a give and take, a way of playing around the beat rather than exactly on it that created motion and groove. Roger Hawkins's tendency to play slightly behind the beat, David Hood's melodic bass lines that locked with the kick drum while adding their own forward motion, Jimmy Johnson's sparse and syncopated rhythm guitar, Barry Beckett's restrained and purposeful keyboard work. All of these combined to create a foundation that was both solid and fluid, providing a bedrock for vocals and melodies while never feeling static or rigid. The drum sound was characteristic and recognizable. Hawkins's drums were tuned low and often dampened, creating a dry, fat sound. The snare with a thick crack rather than a bright pop, the kick drum felt as much as heard. This created a drum sound that was immediate and intimate, as if the drummer was right in the room with you rather than far away in some grand hall. The bass tone was warm and rounded, with enough mid-range presence that the bass lines were clearly audible even on small radio speakers or car stereos. The guitar sounds tended toward clean or lightly overdriven tones. The keyboards provided harmonic richness through restraint, Beckett adding what was needed and no more. The vocal sound on Muscle Shoals recordings was typically forward and present, sitting clearly in the mix without being isolated from the instrumental backing. The processing was generally restrained. Subtle compression, a hint of reverb or delay, because the goal was to present the voice with emotional impact, not to transform it into something unnatural. This approach worked particularly well for soul and R&B singing, where the emotional directness and the nuances of phrasing and tone were central to the music's impact. The recordings captured these qualities faithfully, allowing listeners to hear the breath and the vibrato and the subtle inflections that conveyed emotion. The overall mix aesthetic was relatively dry compared to some contemporary production. There wasn't a lot of reverb washing over everything and blending the sounds together. Instead, instruments and voices were presented with clarity and separation, each element distinct, but balanced within the whole. This dryness contributed to the intimate, immediate quality of the recordings, the sense that the music was happening right in front of you, rather than far away in some distant space. The song arrangements themselves tended towards simplicity and directness. The best Muscle Shoals recordings didn't rely on elaborate orchestrations or complex structures. They were built on strong grooves, clear melodies, and emotional performances. This aesthetic of simplicity aligned with the Southern musical traditions that influenced the Muscle Shoals sound, the blues, gospel, and country music that had always prioritized emotional truth and communicative directness over technical display. The goal was to make music that connected with listeners on an emotional level, that had physical impact through its rhythmic power, that felt authentic and honest. The use of analog tape added its own character. The slight warmth and harmonic richness that tape imparted, the way it compressed peaks and added thickness and cohesion, became part of the Muscle Shoals' sonic signature. When you hear these recordings now, there is a quality to the sound that digital recording does not easily replicate. A warmth in the mid-range, a sense of the instruments occupying physical space, a texture to the room itself that is audible if you listen for it. The Muscle Shoals sound was not a formula mechanically applied to every recording. Different songs and different artists required different approaches, and the musicians and engineers adapted accordingly. But across the variety, certain consistent qualities emerged: the swampy groove, the dry, intimate production, the balance between professionalism and soul, the sense of real musicians playing together in a real room. These qualities made Muscle Shoals recordings recognizable and sought after. Listeners could identify a record as coming from Muscle Shoals, or at least as having that kind of southern soul feel. The sound became a brand, a guarantee of a certain kind of quality and authenticity. The South beyond the studio walls. The story of Muscle Shoals recording cannot be separated from the larger story of the American South in the 1960s and 1970s. The region outside the studio walls, its history and its ongoing struggles, its musical traditions and its social transformations, shaped the music made inside and gave it much of its meaning and resonance. Alabama in this era was a state in profound transition. The civil rights movement had achieved major legal victories that dismantled the formal structures of segregation. But the social and economic patterns that those structures had created were changing much more slowly. The Muscle Shoals area maintained its own forms of segregation: separate neighborhoods, separate churches, separate social worlds for Black and white residents. The industries that provided employment had their own histories of racial discrimination. In this context, the recording studios represented a kind of alternative space. They were businesses that depended on collaboration between Black and white musicians, that valued talent and feel over racial identity, that created something of value through integration rather than through separation. This was not a revolutionary stance. The studios were not civil rights organizations, but it was significant nonetheless. The musical traditions that fed into the Muscle Shoals sound were themselves products of the South's complex racial history. The blues had emerged from African American experience in the rural South, expressing the pain and hope of people living under oppression. Gospel music came from Black churches, where it was central to worship and community life. Country music came primarily from white Southern traditions, but with influences from Black musical practices that had been borrowed and adapted over generations. These traditions had developed in parallel and in interaction, influencing each other in ways that were sometimes acknowledged and sometimes obscured. Muscle Shoals recording, at its best, honored these traditions and drew from them with awareness and respect. The Swampers had grown up hearing both Black and white Southern music, and their playing incorporated elements of both. They could play blues that felt authentic because they understood the blues idiom deeply, had listened to it, and absorbed it into their own musical vocabulary. They could blend these influences in ways that created something new while respecting the sources. The churches were essential to the musical culture, as they were throughout the South. Gospel music was sung in both Black and white churches, though in different styles and with different traditions. The emotional intensity of gospel, the way it could move from quiet introspection to shouting ecstasy, the call and response between leader and congregation, the understanding that music could be a vehicle for something larger than entertainment, influenced everything that happened in the secular music made in the recording studios nearby. Many of the musicians who worked in Muscle Shoals had been raised in churches and had learned music there first, before they learned it in any other context. They brought that formation and that sensibility to their studio work, the sense of dynamics, the understanding of how to build intensity and release it, the appreciation for emotional expression as the primary purpose of musical performance. All of this had roots in gospel traditions that predated any of their professional experience. When David Hood found the right bass line for a soul track, he was drawing on more than musical knowledge. He was drawing on a whole way of understanding what music was for, a way that the church had given him before anything else had. The juke joints and roadhouses where blues and R&B were performed also shaped the musical culture of the region. These were rough spaces, often primarily serving one racial community, where music was loud and dancing was energetic, and the atmosphere had a different kind of intensity than the church. More physical, more immediate, less about transcendence, and more about the pleasures of the present moment. The musicians who played these venues developed particular skills: how to maintain a groove for hours without losing it, how to read a crowd and give them what they needed, how to project personality through performance even in a noisy room where half the audience wasn't paying close attention. These skills translated directly into the studio context. The ability to lock into a groove and maintain it, the understanding of what made people want to move, the directness and physicality of the playing. The music made in Muscle Shoals carried some of this landscape, not literally, not in any way that could be precisely identified, but as a general feeling, a sense of place. The grooves had the steady movement of the river. The sound had the earthiness of the red clay soil. The performances had a directness and lack of pretense that fit with the working-class character of the region. The music was rooted here, in this specific place, among these specific people, and it sounded like it. When you heard a Muscle Shoals record, you were hearing Alabama, not in any programmatic or descriptive way, but in the deeper sense that the music was made by people who were shaped by that place and who carried it with them into every session, every take, every mix. 2 studios, 1 sound, fame, and Muscle Shoals sound. The history of Muscle Shoals recording is inseparable from the tension, creative and personal, between Rick Hall's Fame Studios and the Muscle Shoals Sound Studio that the Swampers founded after leaving Fame in 1969. Understanding both studios and the relationship between them is essential to understanding how the sound developed and what it represented. Rick Hall built Fame into the first major recording center in the area through a combination of talent, determination, and the willingness to take chances that larger, more established operations might not have taken. He had an ear for what worked and a personality that could attract major artists and major producers to a building on a 2-lane road outside Florence, Alabama. His working relationship with Jerry Wexler and Atlantic Records brought a stream of soul artists through Fame's doors in the mid to late 1960s. Aretha Franklin, Wilson Pickett, Clarence Carter, Candy Staton. And the records they made established the studio's reputation and created a template for what Muscle Shoals recording could be. Hall could be difficult. People who worked with him describe a complex, driven personality, demanding of himself and of everyone around him, passionate about the music, but sometimes hard to work for. The Swampers, Hood, Hawkins, Johnson, and Beckett eventually reached the point where they felt they needed to work for themselves, to build something that reflected their own vision rather than operating within someone else's. When they left Fame in 1969 to start Muscle Shoals Sound Studio, they took with them not only their extraordinary skills, but their accumulated experience of what the recording process could and should be. The two studios operated in parallel through the 1970s, sometimes competing for the same artists, sometimes serving different parts of the market, but both contributing to the sound and the reputation of Muscle Shoals as a recording center. The competition, when it existed, was probably healthy. Each studio had to maintain and improve its own distinctive qualities to attract the artists and producers who could have gone to either. And each studio had its own character, its own atmosphere, its own way of working that produced slightly different results even when the same musicians were involved. Fame under Rick Hall retained more of the producer-driven approach. Hall's vision was central to the sessions he produced, and his judgment shaped the recordings in fundamental ways. The Muscle Shoals Sound Studio under the Swampers' ownership was more musician-driven, more collaborative in its fundamental orientation. Neither approach was better. They were different, and different artists and different kinds of music thrived in each environment. What united them was the geography, the musicians, and the shared understanding of what the recording process was for. Both studios were making music that was rooted in the Southern traditions that surrounded them, that valued emotional directness over technical display, that understood the rhythm section as the foundation on which everything else depended. Whatever their differences in working method and in personality, Rick Hall and the Swampers were building from the same foundation, working toward the same fundamental goal: music that was real, that felt like something, that mattered. Legacy and influence, the sound that continues. The influence of Muscle Shoals recording extended far beyond the specific recordings made in those Alabama studios. The sound and the approach pioneered, they shaped how generations of musicians and producers thought about rhythm section recording, about groove, about the relationship between technical precision and emotional feel. Other studios tried to replicate the Muscle Shoals sound. They studied the recordings, bought similar equipment, hired musicians who had worked there or who had studied what the Swampers did. Some achieved convincing approximations, others captured some elements but missed others. The complete package, the room, the musicians, the accumulated experience and shared values, was difficult to duplicate fully. But the attempt to replicate the sound was itself a form of influence, a recognition that what had been achieved in Muscle Shoals was worth emulating. Studios across the South and beyond presented themselves as working in the Muscle Shoals tradition. Session musicians studied the Swampers' playing, trying to understand and absorb their approach to groove and feel. The influence was particularly strong in Southern music. Southern rock bands in the 1970s, many of whom recorded with the Swampers or in Muscle Shoals studios, carried the sound forward into their own work. But the influence wasn't limited to explicitly Southern music. Pop and rock producers in Los Angeles, New York, and London absorbed lessons from Muscle Shoals recordings. They learned about the importance of live ensemble playing, about letting rhythm sections breathe and swing rather than being locked to rigid click tracks. They learned about restraint in arrangement and production, about leaving space for the vocal and the core musical elements rather than filling every frequency with activity. The rhythmic approach of the Swampers, That particular combination of precision and looseness, of playing slightly behind the beat while maintaining forward motion, became influential in how drums and bass were recorded and mixed. Engineers and producers sought to capture that feel in their own recordings, sometimes successfully, and sometimes producing stiff imitations that lacked the essential quality of swing and breath that came from musicians who had arrived at their approach organically through years of playing together and listening to the Southern musical traditions that had formed them. The Muscle Shoals approach to recording vocals, relatively dry, forward in the mix, processed minimally, became a template for how soul and R&B vocals were presented across the industry. The goal was clarity and emotional directness, allowing the singer's voice and phrasing to communicate without being obscured by excessive effects or production tricks. This seems obvious in retrospect, but it was not the only approach available. The tendency to overproduce, to surround a voice with so many layers and effects that the essential humanity of the performance gets lost, was and remains a persistent danger in recording studios. Muscle Shoals stood as a counter-example, evidence that the most powerful thing you could do was often to get out of the way, to trust the voice, to let the performance speak for itself. The sound of these recordings, the specific warmth of the analog tape, the specific dryness of the room, the specific weight of the swamper's groove, became over time something that listeners could identify almost instantly, not consciously necessarily, but in the body, in the way a certain kind of listening settles into attention when a Muscle Shoals record comes on, something recognizable happening, something that says, "This is real." This was made by people who understood what music is for. The success of Muscle Shoals also helped establish the idea that regional recording centers could compete with the major industry hubs. Nashville had long been important for country music recording, but Muscle Shoals demonstrated that other southern cities and towns could develop their own recording identities and attract national and international artists. This encouraged the development of regional scenes and studios in Memphis, Atlanta, New Orleans, and elsewhere. As the 1970s progressed into the late decade and beyond, the cultural context that had made Muscle Shoals so central began to shift. Disco was transforming commercial music. Punk and new wave were challenging the assumptions about rock music that had prevailed in the early and mid-1970s. Digital recording was beginning to emerge as an alternative to analog tape. The Swampers adapted to some of these changes, working on disco projects, incorporating new technologies and techniques. But the particular alchemy that had existed in the late 1960s and early 1970s, when Muscle Shoals represented a new and exciting approach to recording, when the sound was fresh and commercially dominant, was difficult to recreate or maintain as times changed. The original Jackson Highway building was eventually sold and repurposed. It sat empty for periods, then housed other businesses, became a monument, a physical reminder of a particular moment in American musical history. Music fans would make pilgrimages to see it, to stand in the parking lot and imagine the sessions that had happened inside. The riverfront facility continued to operate into the 21st century, eventually under different ownership, but still trading on the Muscle Shoals name and reputation. New generations of artists continued to come, seeking connection to the legacy and the tradition, hoping to capture some of the magic that had been created there decades earlier. The cultural legacy of Muscle Shoals extended beyond music into broader narratives about the South and about American culture. The story of Black artists and white Southern musicians collaborating to create music that blended African American and white musical traditions became a kind of parable about integration and cultural exchange. Whether this parable fully captured the complexity of the realities, the economic arrangements that were not always equitable, the social segregation that persisted outside the studio walls, became a subject of honest discussion and debate. The truth, as it usually does, lay in the complexity. The collaboration was real and meaningful, and it existed within structures of inequality that it did not fundamentally challenge. Both things were true simultaneously. Both things mattered. What endured beyond the debate was the music itself. The recordings made in Muscle Shoals during the late 1960s and through the 1970s exist on tape and on vinyl, on CDs and in digital files, available to anyone who wants to hear them. And people do want to hear them, generation after generation, discovering these recordings and finding in them something that still speaks, still moves, still matters. When you listen to these recordings now, you can hear the rooms where they were made, the particular acoustic character of the Jackson Highway studio, the way the drums sat in that space, the way the bass interacted with the floor and walls. You can hear the equipment, the API console adding its warmth and punch, the analog tape providing cohesion and thickness. You can hear the musicians, the swampers' particular approach to groove and feel, their ability to create foundations that were both solid and fluid. But most of all, you can hear the intention, the values, the understanding of what music could and should do. You hear musicians who believed that serving the song mattered more than showing off their technical ability. You hear producers and engineers who understood that technical perfection was less important than emotional truth. You hear artists who came to this place seeking something they couldn't find elsewhere, a sound, a feel, a kind of authenticity that was rooted in Southern musical traditions and in the particular alchemy that happened when these people worked together in these rooms. Beyond the swampers, the broader session community, any honest account of the Muscle Shoals sound has to extend beyond the swampers, as extraordinary as those four musicians were. The broader session community that developed around both studios included other musicians, arrangers, engineers, and vocalists who contributed to the recordings and who shaped the sound in ways that the spotlight on the rhythm section can sometimes obscure. Spooner Oldham was one of the most important musicians in the early Muscle Shoals years, a keyboard player and songwriter whose work at Fame defined the sound of many of its most celebrated recordings. His organ playing on When a Man Loves a Woman, that swooning, vibrato-drenched sound that seems to carry the weight of the whole arrangement, is as central to that recording as Percy Sledge's voice. Oldham had an extraordinary sensitivity to the emotional requirements of a song, a gift for finding the keyboard part that would support and elevate a performance without competing with it. He later moved to New York and then Los Angeles, becoming one of the most sought-after session musicians of his generation. But the sensibility he developed in Muscle Shoals remained central to his work. The engineers who worked in these studios were also essential to the sound. The specific choices made in setting up microphones, in running levels, in shaping the mix. These were not incidental decisions. They were creative decisions that shaped the character of every recording. The engineers at both Fame and Muscle Shoals Sound Studio developed deep knowledge of their rooms and their equipment, and they used that knowledge to make decisions that served the music in ways that are sometimes invisible, but always audible. The session vocalists, the background singers who added harmonies and texture to so many recordings, contributed a dimension that is easy to take for granted. The blend of voices behind a lead vocal, the timing and the phrasing of the background parts, the specific way that supporting voices can either lift a lead vocal or get in its way. These things mattered enormously, and the singers who did this work in Muscle Shoals did it with skill and with the same orientation towards serving the song rather than calling attention to themselves that characterized the best work of everyone in these studios. Local musicians who were brought in for specific sessions, horn players, string arrangers who came from Nashville or Atlanta, additional guitarists or percussionists when the arrangement required them, all contributed to specific recordings in ways that were sometimes significant. The Muscle Shoals sound was not the product of 4 musicians working in isolation. It was the product of a community, a way of working, a set of shared values about what music was for. The Swampers were at the center of that community, but the community was larger than they were, and its full story deserves acknowledgement. Listening now. How to hear the music across time. There is a particular way of listening that the music made in Muscle Shoals invites, not a passive background noise kind of listening, but an active, attentive engagement with what is actually happening in the recordings. Because the music rewards that attention with things that more casual listening will miss. The specific weight of Roger Hawkins's snare, the way David Hood's bass line breathes in the space between beats, the moment when Aretha Franklin's voice finds the note from underneath and rises through it to something that should not be possible. To listen this way, you need what these recordings were themselves made in: time and quiet. The late-night atmosphere of the Muscle Shoals studios, the dimmed lights, the focused attention, the outside world falling away, was not incidental to the recordings made there. It was the condition in which the music was created, and it is, in some sense, the condition in which it is best received. A Muscle Shoals record played loud in a distracting environment will still be great music, but the same record played in a quiet room, at a volume that lets you hear the room in the recording, the breath in the vocal, the subtle interaction between the instruments. That is a different experience, and a deeper one. Pay attention to the rhythm section first. Before the voice comes in, before the melody establishes itself, there is the groove, the specific combination of drum feel and bass line and rhythm guitar that is the foundation of everything else. Listen for the way Hawkins's kick drum and Hood's bass lock together at certain points and breathe apart at others. Listen for the slight forward lean of the bass line against the drums, the way the rhythm section seems to be both settling in and pulling forward simultaneously. Listen for Johnson's guitar playing, how little it is, how precisely placed, how each stroke lands exactly where it needs to and nowhere else. Then when the voice comes in, listen for how it sits on top of the rhythm section, not apart from it, not floating free of the groove, but in relationship with it, pushing against it slightly here, settling into it there, borrowing its momentum when momentum is needed, and creating space against it when space is what the lyric requires. The great soul vocals recorded in Muscle Shoals are not just great voices singing great songs. They are conversations between a voice and a rhythm section, and the conversation is where the music lives. Listen for the room, in the dryness of the recordings, in the absence of excessive reverb, in the close mic'd intimacy of the production, you can hear the specific acoustic character of those Alabama studios. The way a guitar note decays cleanly without ringing on, the way a voice is present without being surrounded by a halo of reverb, the way the whole recording seems to occupy a specific, compact, definable space rather than expanding into the infinite. This is what those rooms sounded like. And when you hear it, you are in some sense in those rooms, in a former coffin factory on Jackson Highway in Sheffield, Alabama, in the middle of a southern night, listening to something extraordinary being made. And finally, listen for what the music is saying. Not the lyrics exactly, though the lyrics matter, but the deeper communication, the thing that lives in the relationship between the voice and the groove and the room. The Muscle Shoals recordings, at their best, say something about what it means to be alive and feeling in a particular time and place. They say it with a directness and a simplicity that more elaborate music sometimes cannot achieve. They say, "This is real, this happened, someone felt this way," and these musicians helped them say so, and the saying is preserved here for anyone who wants to hear it. That is what great recordings do, and that is what the music made in those modest Alabama studios, over decades of late-night sessions and hard-won performances, continues to do for anyone willing to stop and listen. The river, the road, the sound. The Tennessee River still flows through northwest Alabama, broad and slow, carrying its cargo of mud and memory southward. The roads still run through the small towns, Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, their names marking points along the river, their histories intertwined with the water and the land. The building at 3614 Jackson Highway still stands, though it no longer functions as a recording studio. The rooms where so much music was made are quiet now, the acoustic treatment and recording equipment long gone. But the walls remember, if walls can remember. The sounds of drums and bass and guitars and organs, the voices of singers giving their all, the quiet concentration of musicians and engineers working deep into the night. But the music remains. The recordings made in Muscle Shoals during the late 1960s and through the 1970s continue to be played, continue to be discovered by new generations of listeners, continue to influence musicians and producers who may never have heard of Muscle Shoals directly, but who are nonetheless working in the tradition that these studios and these musicians established. The specific sound, the dry drums, the warm bass, the forward vocals, the sense of musicians in a room together, has become one of the foundational aesthetics of American popular music, a reference point against which other approaches are measured. When you hear those recordings now, you're hearing not just the specific songs and performances, but a particular moment in American musical and cultural history, a particular approach to making music, a particular set of values about what makes music powerful and meaningful. You're hearing the Tennessee River and the red clay soil and the late-night sessions and the four musicians who understood something fundamental about what groove was and how it worked. You're hearing the voices of Aretha Franklin and Etta James and Percy Sledge and the staple singers in rooms that were exactly the right size, with exactly the right musicians, at exactly the right moment. The story of Muscle Shoals is ultimately a story about place and music, about how geography and history and culture shape sound, about how a small Alabama town could become one of the most important recording centers in American music history. It's a story about talent and skill, about musicians who were extraordinarily good at what they did and who worked hard to maintain and refine their abilities. It's a story about collaboration, about people from different backgrounds and different musical traditions working together to create something neither could have made alone. It's also a story about what music is for, not what it's about, the subject matter, the lyrics, the genre, but what it's for at the deepest level. The Muscle Shoals approach answered that question with a consistency that amounted to a philosophy. Music is for connecting people, for making them feel less alone in what they carry, for taking the private interior experience of being alive in a particular body, in a particular time, and making it something that can be shared, recognized, held in common. That is what the soul tradition has always been for, and Muscle Shoals was one of the places where that tradition was most faithfully honored and most fully expressed. That moment has passed, as all moments do. The music industry changed. Recording technology changed. The role of regional recording centers changed. But what was created in that moment endures. The sound endures in the recordings. The influence endures in the countless musicians and producers who have drawn from the Muscle Shoals example, consciously and unconsciously, in sessions that happened decades after the Jackson Highway building was last used as a studio. The story endures as an important chapter in American musical history, a reminder of what was possible, what was achieved, what was learned, and what, if we pay attention to the recordings that carry it forward through time, continues to be available to anyone willing to listen. The road through northwest Alabama continues, 2 lanes of asphalt connecting the small towns along the river. At night, the landscape disappears into darkness, broken only occasionally by the lights of houses and businesses. The river moves through the darkness, patient and steady, carrying its water toward distant destinations. And somewhere in that darkness, in someone's car or in someone's home, the music plays. A recording made decades ago in a modest studio on Jackson Highway. The drums come in, dry and fat and exactly in the pocket. The bass follows, warm and melodic. The guitars add their texture. The organ swells. The voice sings with emotional directness and truth. The music connects across time, across distance, across all the changes that have happened in the decades since it was recorded. It connects because it was made with skill and care, because it was rooted in deep musical traditions, because it was honest and real. It connects because the people who made it understood something fundamental about what makes music powerful and meaningful, and they brought that understanding to every session, every performance, every mix. This is the sound of Muscle Shoals, not just a sonic fingerprint, not just a set of technical characteristics, but a way of making music that honored tradition while creating something new, that blended influences while maintaining identity, that achieved commercial success while preserving artistic integrity. It is a sound that came from a specific place at a specific time, made by specific people under specific circumstances, but it speaks to something universal, something that transcends its origins, something that continues to resonate with anyone who has ears to hear and a heart open to music that moves with soul and truth. The river flows, the road continues, the sound endures, and the story of Muscle Shoals, of those Alabama studios and the musicians who made them important, of the rooms and the equipment and the sessions that produced so much great music, remains part of the larger story of American music, a chapter that deserves to be told and remembered and celebrated for what it achieved and for what it represents. As unforgettable as the sound of Muscle Shoals became, another musical revolution was quietly taking shape nearly 2,000 miles away. High above Los Angeles, in the winding roads of Laurel Canyon, musicians, songwriters, and dreamers gathered in an ordinary neighborhood that would produce extraordinary music. Together, they created a sound that captured the spirit of a generation. Welcome to Laurel Canyon. Laurel Canyon, where the mellow sound of the 1970s was born. The road that climbs. There is a point on Laurel Canyon Boulevard, not far above the place where it leaves the flat grid of Hollywood behind, where the road begins to change its mind about what it is. The lanes narrow. The asphalt starts to follow the hillside rather than cross it. The houses on either side become less certain of their setback from the road, leaning in, half hidden behind hedges and fences, and the kind of vegetation that grows when no one has made a deliberate decision about it. The trees close overhead. The noise of the city, the steady, undifferentiated hum that fills the basin from before dawn until well past midnight, softens, pulls back, and then is gone. You are somewhere else. In the 1960s and 1970s, the destination you arrived at after making this climb was a neighborhood that existed, in the minds of most people who lived in Los Angeles, in a kind of parallel geography, close enough to the city to be practical, removed enough to feel like something that the city had not quite reached. The roads curved through hillsides, covered in eucalyptus and pine and California live oak. The houses tucked themselves into the landscape with the informal confidence of structures that had not been built so much as deposited. Small wooden bungalows and shacks, mostly, with wide porches and sagging steps, and the particular disheveled charm of places that have absorbed many layers of domestic life without ever being quite transformed by any of them. Musicians later described living in Laurel Canyon as feeling like living in the country while still inside the city. The Sunset Strip, where the clubs and studios and record labels that constituted the working infrastructure of the Los Angeles music industry were concentrated along 1.5 miles of Santa Monica and Sunset Boulevards, was 10 or 15 minutes down the hill. You could drive to a recording session in the morning and be back on your porch by early afternoon. You could play the troubadour at night and be in bed before midnight, the city falling away behind you as the headlights traced the familiar curves of the road. The canyon was above all of it, literally and, in another sense, that the musicians who lived there found easy to feel and difficult to explain. What happened in those hills, in the living rooms and on the porches, and at the gatherings that moved from house to house on any given evening, was one of the most concentrated and consequential episodes in the history of American popular music. Over roughly a decade, a community of songwriters and performers developed in close proximity, listening to each other's work in its most unfinished form, singing on each other's records, testing new songs in front of small groups of trusted ears before any of it went near a studio. The music they made together, and the music they made alone in small rooms, shaped by the community's presence, even in solitude, changed what American popular music sounded like. It changed what it was allowed to say. This is the story of that community and that music. It is, in particular, the story of a sound, a specific, identifiable quality in the recordings that came out of Los Angeles in the late 1960s and early 1970s that listeners recognized immediately across all the distances of geography and circumstance that separated them from the hillside where it had been made. The warmth of acoustic instruments played in small rooms, the layered intimacy of voices blending without amplification, the willingness to sit with a complicated emotion for the full length of a song and not flinch. These qualities had a name that came later, when critics and historians tried to account for what had happened in those years. They called it mellow rock, or soft rock, or the California sound, or the singer-songwriter era. But the people who made it had a simpler name for where it came from. They called it home. The village above Los Angeles, geography and atmosphere. Laurel Canyon sits in the Hollywood Hills section of the Santa Monica Mountains, which form a low but genuine ridge separating the Los Angeles basin from the San Fernando Valley. The canyon itself is one of several that cut north from Hollywood into these hills. Nichols Canyon and Runyon Canyon are to the east, Coldwater Canyon and Benedict Canyon to the west. But Laurel was the one that, in this particular decade, accumulated the critical mass of musicians and artists that made it, for a time, the creative center of American popular music. The physical character of the neighborhood was inseparable from the character of the community it housed. The streets, Laurel Canyon Boulevard itself, and the narrower lanes that branched off it, were laid along the bottoms of ravines and the edges of hillsides, following the contours of the land rather than imposing a grid on it. Addresses on the same street could be separated by 50 vertical feet of hillside, connected by staircases of crumbling concrete, or by paths worn into the slope by years of foot traffic. The effect was of a village, a genuine village, with the compressed social life and the constant accidental encounters that village life produces, transplanted improbably into the hills above one of the largest cities in the world. At the junction of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Lookout Mountain Avenue, the Canyon Country Store had been doing business since 1915. In the 1960s and 1970s, it functioned as the social and commercial center of the neighborhood, the place where residents went for groceries, for cigarettes, for the particular kind of brief human contact that a small store in a compact community provides. It was common to walk to the store in the morning and come back having run into 2 or 3 people you knew, having exchanged information about who was playing where that weekend, having learned that someone had just finished a new song and was looking for ears to hear it. The store was the node through which the community's daily life flowed, and its role in the social life of the canyon was out of all proportion to its modest size. The houses themselves were rarely grand. Most had been built in the 1920s and 1930s, when the hills were being opened to modest residential development, and they carried the relaxed informality of construction that had adapted itself to difficult hillside lots rather than demanding that the hillside accommodate a plan. Wide porches looked out over the ravines. Large windows caught the afternoon light. Wooden decks seemed to hang in the air above the slopes, offering views down over the city that were most beautiful at dusk, when the basin below began to illuminate itself and the particular quality of Los Angeles light, warm, golden, slightly hazy, transformed the sprawl into something that looked, from this distance, like a promise. The physical closeness of the houses, stacked along winding lanes, separated by narrow strips of hillside vegetation rather than the formal distances of a planned neighborhood, meant that sound traveled easily between them. You could hear, from a porch or a living room window, the suggestion of music coming from the house uphill, or the conversation drifting from the gathering on the deck next door. This acoustic permeability was not incidental to the character of the community. It meant that everyone was, in some sense, always a potential participant in everyone else's creative life. That the boundary between private work and communal exchange was always slightly porous, always available to be crossed by an invitation or a song that carried far enough on the evening air. The canyon offered something that the city below, for all its resources and energy, could not easily provide: a pace. The rhythm of life in the hills was slower and more deliberate than the rhythm of the industry at the bottom of the hill. Time moved differently there. A morning could be spent entirely on a single verse. An afternoon could open into something unplanned: a visit from a neighbor, a long conversation about a chord change, an hour spent listening to a new record while the light shifted through the trees. The pressure to be productive in the way that the commercial music world defined productivity, to be working on something that was already planned, already contracted, already intended for a specific market, was easier to set aside in the canyon than it was anywhere else in the music world. Before the music, the bohemian tradition. The musicians who arrived in Laurel Canyon in the 1960s were not the first creative people to understand what the hills had to offer. The canyon had been attracting artists, writers, and performers for decades before rock and roll existed, drawn by the same combination of affordable rents, natural beauty, and distance from the formal social structures of the city below that would later draw the musicians. Silent film actors had kept houses in the hills when the movie industry was still a new and slightly disreputable enterprise. Writers had come for the quiet. Painters had followed for the light. This bohemian tradition established over years of accumulated social practice a set of norms that the canyon absorbed and passed on to each new generation of arrivals. The assumption that creative work was the organizing principle of a life, that domestic routines, social obligations, and the expectations of conventional respectability should arrange themselves around the work rather than the reverse, was embedded in the neighborhood's character long before the folk revival sent its first wave of young musicians up the hill. The canyon was already, in some sense, a place that understood what artists needed and did not ask them to apologize for it. By the early 1960s, Laurel Canyon already had a history as a recognized enclave of unconventional living, and it was this history, as much as the practical advantages of cheap rents and proximity to the Strip, that made it attractive to the young musicians who were beginning to arrive from across the country. They were coming to a place that had been prepared to receive them, that had an existing culture of informality and artistic seriousness, that would not ask them to explain what they were doing or why they had chosen to do it in this particular way. The canyon was ready for them, and they, in ways that most of them could not have fully articulated at the time, were ready for it. The first wave, folk rock, takes shape. The musicians who constituted the first wave of the canyon community arrived in the early and mid-1960s, carrying the values of the folk revival: the primacy of the song, the acoustic guitar as the instrument of personal expression, the conviction that popular music could carry the kind of literary and moral seriousness that had previously been reserved for other forms, and began to subject those values to the pressure of the new electric energy that was reshaping popular music everywhere. The Byrds were the first and most consequential of these early residents, using canyon houses as spaces to write and rehearse while working the clubs on the Strip. What Roger McGuinn and David Crosby and Gene Clark and Chris Hillman and Michael Clark were working out in those living rooms was a specific and, in retrospect, historically significant problem. How to take the literate, poetic qualities of contemporary folk music, the kind of songwriting that Bob Dylan had been developing in New York, rooted in the American vernacular tradition, but reaching towards something more personal and more complex, and combine it with the sound and the energy that the Beatles and the other British invasion groups had introduced to American radio. The answer they arrived at was what would become known as folk rock, Dylan's sensibility and electric amplification, the acoustic guitar's harmonic richness combined with the jangle and sustain of the electric, and above everything the layered vocal harmonies that the Canyon's informal culture of musical exchange had helped develop. Chris Hillman later recalled writing, "So you want to be a rock and roll star," in a Laurel Canyon house in 1966, a detail that captures something essential about how the canyon worked as a creative environment. The song, sardonic, knowing, affectionate, a commentary on the machinery of pop stardom by people who were themselves in the process of navigating it, emerged from the specific atmosphere of a hillside house, written by musicians who were close enough to the industry to understand its workings and far enough from it to be able to laugh. That distance, physical and psychological, between the canyon's domestic world and the commercial world, a short drive below, was where much of the most interesting music of the era was made. The mamas and the papas brought a different set of qualities to the canyon's emerging musical culture. John Phillips, Cass Elliot, Michelle Phillips, and Denny Doherty had arrived in Los Angeles by way of New York and the Virgin Islands, carrying with them a vocal style that was richer and more overtly arranged than anything the folk revival had produced. 4 voices woven together, with a deliberateness that belonged as much to the tradition of close harmony pop as to the folk world they were part of. Their success in 1966 and 1967 was enormous, and it demonstrated to the wider music world that the Canyon sound, intimate, harmonically sophisticated, rooted in folk but not bound by it, had a commercial reach that no one had fully anticipated. John Phillips wrote, 12:30, young girls are coming to the canyon. About Laurel Canyon, about the young people arriving from across the country, drawn by the music and the community and the sense of possibility that the canyon represented. The song captured something real. The canyon was, in those years, a destination, a place that people came to because they understood, or hoped to understand, that something was happening there. It was a community that knew it was a community, that was conscious of its own identity in a way that made the music more self-referential and more self-aware than most popular music had been. Blues musician John Mayall recorded the album Blues from Laurel Canyon after a period spent in the neighborhood, a sign that the canyon's reputation had spread far beyond California. For Mayall, the American side of the blues tradition, its roots in the country rather than the transplanted urban version he had grown up with in England, was physically present in those hills, accessible not just as a historical record, but as a living environment. The canyon's particular quality of being simultaneously modern and slightly out of time, simultaneously urban and touched by the natural world, gave visiting musicians from outside California a sense of contact with something they had been trying to understand from a distance. Cass Elliott's house and the social life of the canyon. If there was a single address that functioned as the social center of Laurel Canyon's musical community in its first flowering, it was Cass Elliott's house. Elliott, whose voice was one of the great instruments of the era, capable of a warmth and fullness that made even the most complex arrangement feel approachable and intimate, was also one of the great hosts of American musical life. Her home was open, genuinely and without reservation, to anyone who was part of the canyon's world, and what happened there on any given evening was less a party in the conventional sense than an extension of the neighborhood's ordinary social life into a space that was simultaneously more concentrated and more generous than the everyday. You might arrive at Cass Elliott's house for dinner and find yourself still there at 3 in the morning, sitting cross-legged on the floor while someone passed around a guitar. The guests on any given evening might include members of the Byrds and the Mamas and the Papas and Buffalo Springfield and half a dozen other groups, along with film actors and writers and the various figures who orbited the canyon's world without being musicians themselves. The conversations moved from music to politics to the details of daily life: who was going on tour, who had just gotten a deal, who needed a place to stay, with the easy fluency of people who were accustomed to each other's company and did not feel the need to perform. These gatherings were also where songs were heard for the first time by ears other than the writers. Someone would reach for a guitar in the middle of an evening and begin playing something new, and the room would quiet, and the song would make its first public appearance in this most private and forgiving of contexts. The response was not always articulate. Sometimes it was just the quality of attention in the room, the specific silence of people listening to something that is getting through to them. But it was honest in the way that the response of friends always is, honest in a way that the response of a record company or a concert audience cannot be. The songs that survived this first exposure in living rooms and on porches were the ones that were ready to go further. Cass Elliott's house was the most famous of these gathering spaces, but there were others. Joni Mitchell's house served as a quieter kind of salon, a place where the emphasis was on listening rather than on the louder social energies of a party, where new work was presented with a seriousness that reflected its maker's own standards. Other canyon homes functioned as rehearsal spaces, as informal recording setups, as places where the day's work could be tested against the ears of trusted collaborators. The canyon was not one community, but several overlapping ones, and its various gathering places served the different needs of these different networks, providing the specific kinds of exchange that each required. What all of these spaces had in common was their domesticity, the fact that they were also inescapably homes. The music was not made in a professional environment designed for the purpose. It was made in the same rooms where people ate and slept and argued and made up and lived the ordinary life of human beings who happened also to be artists. This was not incidental. The domesticity was part of the music, part of what gave it the particular warmth and accessibility that distinguished it from music made in more purely professional settings. You could hear the house in the recordings. You could hear that these songs had been written and tried out in living rooms, that they had been shaped by the responses of people who were simultaneously friends and colleagues, that they carried within them the specific texture of a community's daily life. Carole King, the reinvention of a songwriter. Carole King arrived in Los Angeles carrying one of the most impressive professional credentials in the history of American popular music. Through the 1960s, working out of New York's Brill Building with her then-husband and songwriting partner Jerry Goffin, she had written or co-written a catalogue of hit songs that had shaped the sound of American pop radio for a decade. Will You Love Me Tomorrow, recorded by the Shirelles in 1960, had been the first #1 single by a black vocal group on the Billboard pop chart. Up on the Roof, You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman, One fine day, I feel the earth move. It might as well rain until September. The list went on and on, each song a precise and affecting piece of craft, each one demonstrating a melodic instinct and an understanding of emotional truth that was, by any measure, extraordinary. But the brill-building model, for all the commercial success it had produced, was not a model that allowed King to be fully herself. The songwriter in that system was a craftsperson working to commission, writing songs for other artists to perform, songs tailored to specific voices and specific commercial requirements, songs that were measured by their chart performance rather than by anything more personal. King was one of the best who had ever done this work, and she had reached the point where doing it brilliantly was no longer enough. The move west and then up into the canyon was not primarily a geographical decision. It was a decision about what kind of artist she was going to be. In Los Angeles, and specifically in the world of the canyon community, the expectation was different from anything she had experienced in New York. Here, the songwriter was the performer. The person who had written the song was also the voice that sang it, the hands that played it, the presence at the center of the record. This was not simply a technical or commercial consideration. It was a philosophical one, a statement about the relationship between the inner life that generates songs and the public expression that delivers them. The Canyon's community gave King something that was essential to this transition: models. Joni Mitchell was writing and performing with a directness and a vulnerability that had not previously been available as an option in the commercial music world. James Taylor was finding in introspection and emotional transparency a way of connecting with audiences that the more performance-oriented tradition of rock and roll had not offered. Jackson Browne was showing that careful, patient, exacting craft, the willingness to spend weeks on a single song, to reject good lines in pursuit of better ones, was not incompatible with popular success. In this company, Carole King's move from craftsperson for hire to performing artist was not a departure from the music world's norms. It was a step into a new version of what those norms could be. What she began to make in the canyon, and what she eventually completed in the studio with the collaborators her new life in Los Angeles had gathered around her, was the album that would be called Tapestry. It was released in February 1971, and it changed everything. Not suddenly and not all at once. Records rarely change everything suddenly, but with a gathering certainty that became, over the months and years that followed, one of the most complete and enduring commercial and artistic victories in the history of popular music. Tapestry sounded like what it was: music made in rooms very much like the ones where it had been written, by someone who had finally found the setting and the circumstances in which her full range could emerge. The piano at the center of most of the arrangement sounded like a piano in a house, not a piano in a performance space. The vocals, unguarded, warm, technically precise without ever sounding like they were trying to be, were the vocals of a person speaking from experience rather than performing emotion. The production, spare and careful, preserved the quality of songs heard in an intimate setting, the slight roughness at the edges, the sense of breath and physical presence, the feeling that the distance between the performer and the listener had been reduced to something very small. I Feel the Earth Move opened the album with a declaration of pleasure and vitality, a song about romantic feeling so uncomplicated in its joy that it felt almost revolutionary in the context of an era that had taught popular music to treat happiness with suspicion. So Far Away followed, a meditation on distance and longing that captured, with exquisite economy, the specific sadness of being separated from someone you love. It's Too Late, which would become one of the best-selling singles of 1971, described the end of a relationship with an honesty and an absence of blame that was unusual in a pop song about loss. The recognition that something had simply run its course, that no one was at fault, that this particular sadness was just the way things were. Tapestry would spend 15 weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200 and remain on the chart for more than 6 years. It would sell more than 25 million copies and hold the record for the best-selling album ever made for 15 years. These commercial facts are extraordinary, and they say something true about the reach and the resonance of the music. But they do not fully account for the quality that made the album matter in the way that it mattered. The quality of presence, of a person speaking directly and without calculation from the center of their experience. People heard in Tapestry something that they recognized, something that confirmed what they already knew about their own emotional lives. That recognition, the sense of being understood by a piece of music, is the deepest thing that popular music can provide, and King delivered it with a consistency and a generosity that has rarely been matched. James Taylor, The Architecture of Quiet. If Carole King represented one version of what the Canyon sensibility could produce, the professional songwriter discovering her own voice, the craftsperson becoming an artist in the fullest sense, James Taylor represented another. He arrived at the Canyon community from a different direction, carrying a different kind of history. And what he made from that history was music that sounded unlike anything that had preceded it in the world of popular song. Taylor had grown up in North Carolina, the son of a physician and a musician, in a family that was distinguished and somewhat formal on the surface and deeply complicated underneath. His childhood and adolescence were marked by the kind of emotional turbulence that leaves permanent marks: depression, anxiety, the particular quality of pain that has no clear external cause and therefore no clear remedy. He had spent time at a psychiatric facility in Massachusetts at 17. He had moved to London and recorded his first album for the Beatles' Apple Records label at 19, a record that captured his voice and his guitar, playing with a delicacy and a clarity that pointed toward everything he would later become. By the time he arrived in the orbit of the Los Angeles music community in the early 1970s, Taylor had developed a guitar style and a vocal approach that were unmistakably his own. The guitar work, finger-picked, rhythmically precise in a way that felt entirely natural rather than technically deliberate, built on an understanding of the instrument's possibilities that went beyond what most of his contemporaries were doing, provided a harmonic and rhythmic foundation for songs that were, in their structure, relatively simple, but in their emotional range, anything but. The voice, warm, slightly rough at the upper edges, capable of a gentleness that was not softness, but something more complicated, delivered lyrics that were among the most honest being written in the popular music of the time. Fire and Rain, the song that introduced Taylor to a mass audience in 1970, was, in its apparent simplicity, one of the most formally ambitious things in the canon of early 1970s pop. It described, across 3 verses, 3 different kinds of loss: the suicide of a friend, the collapse of a relationship, the recognition of one's own fragility, and the tentativeness of recovery. It did all of this without sentimentality. without the rhetorical inflation that the pop tradition almost automatically brings to the subject of suffering. The lines were plain and specific and true. The melody was unhurried, the arrangement, gentle piano, acoustic guitar, the quietest possible rhythm section, gave the words the space they needed to breathe. Sweet Baby James, from the same album, was a lullaby in form, if not entirely in content, a song addressed to a child, or to the speaker's own childhood self, that moved between the specific imagery of a New England winter and a more expansive, almost mythological sense of the American landscape. The chorus, "Good night, you moonlight ladies, rock-a-bye, sweet baby James," had the quality of a melody that seemed to have always existed, that had been waiting to be found rather than invented. People heard it and felt they already knew it, which is the highest compliment that can be paid to a melody and the most reliable sign that a songwriter has found the genuine article. Taylor's relationship with Carole King was one of the most musically productive of the era. They had met through Peter Asher, the British producer and former member of Peter and Gordon, who had signed Taylor to Apple Records in London, and who would go on to produce most of Taylor's major work. King appeared on Taylor's Sweet Baby James album, playing piano on several tracks, and Taylor appeared on Tapestry, singing harmony and playing guitar on a version of "You've Got a Friend" that King had written specifically for him. The song, a declaration of unconditional friendship, warm and direct and completely without irony, became Taylor's first #1 single in the summer of 1971, the same summer that Tapestry was dominating the album charts. The connection between Taylor and King was not merely professional, it was a friendship of the kind that the Canyon's social world generated with unusual frequency. A friendship grounded in mutual respect for the work, in the shared experience of navigating the music industry from positions of genuine artistic seriousness, in the particular understanding that comes from knowing someone's songs almost as well as they know them themselves. They appeared together in concert, they sang on each other's records, they inhabited a shared musical world that was audible in the recordings they each made individually. The warmth between them was real, and it found its way into the music. James Taylor's output through the first half of the 1970s, Sweet Baby James, Mudslide Slim and the Blue Horizon, One Man Dog, Walking Man, Gorilla, constituted a sustained and coherent artistic statement about what a popular song could be. Each album explored the same fundamental territory from a slightly different angle: the relationship between personal history and present experience, the difficulty of sustaining connection across the distances that fame and touring and the ordinary complications of adult life create, the specific quality of solace that music and friendship can provide. The voice remained consistent across all of it, warm, honest, slightly worn in a way that made the warmth more trustworthy rather than less. And the guitar playing remained the most quietly accomplished thing in popular music. Bread, the architecture of the perfect pop song. In the summer of 1969, an album appeared on Elektra Records with a cover image of a loaf of bread on a plain white background. The group that made it was called Bread, and the album was their debut. The music it contained, melodically elaborate, harmonically sophisticated, lyrically direct in the way of the best pop songwriting, introduced to the world one of the most gifted and distinctive talents in the history of American popular music, David Gates. Gates had been working in the Los Angeles music world for years before Bread, playing sessions and writing songs, and absorbing, in the informal way that a career in the music industry permits, the full range of the city's musical vocabulary. He was, by any measure, a craftsman of the highest order, a songwriter who understood melody in the deep, intuitive way that separates the writers whose songs endure from the writers whose songs serve their moment and then pass. His melodies had a quality of inevitability, of having arrived at their final form by following a logic that was both emotionally true and formally exquisite. You heard a David Gates melody and felt almost immediately that it could not have been other than it was. Make It With You, the single that introduced Bread to a mass audience in 1970, was a love song of such melodic perfection that it seemed to bypass the critical mind entirely and connect directly with the emotional body. The opening guitar figure, arpeggiated, gentle, beginning mid-phrase as if it had been going on before the recording started, established a quality of intimacy that the lyric then developed with extraordinary economy. Hey, have you ever tried really reaching out for the other side? The question was simple, almost too simple, but the melody gave it a weight and a yearning that went far beyond the words themselves. The song reached #1 in August 1970 and introduced a sound, warm, melodically generous, emotionally direct without being sentimental, that would define an important dimension of American popular music for the next 5 years. Bread was not a Canyon band, in the same way that the Byrds or CSN and Y were Canyon bands. Their music came from a slightly different place in the Los Angeles musical ecosystem, more rooted in the studio culture of the industry than in the informal domestic community of the hills. But the sensibility that animated their music was deeply continuous with what the Canyon was producing. The emphasis on melody over rhythm, on emotional directness over cool, on the voice and the acoustic guitar as the primary instruments of personal expression. In the broader ecosystem of early 1970s Los Angeles music, Bread occupied a distinct but related position, approaching the same fundamental questions about what a popular song could say and how it could say it from a slightly different angle. The album Baby I'ma Want You, released in 1972, contained some of Gates's finest songwriting. The title track, a declaration of need so unguarded that it should not have worked in the context of rock and roll's general suspicion of vulnerability, and yet worked completely, reached #3 on the Billboard Hot 100 and became one of the era's most enduring love songs. Everything I Own, on the same album, was a song about loss, specifically, as Gates has said, about the loss of his father, that used the language of romantic love to describe a grief that is beyond romance, a longing for the irreversible return of someone who is permanently gone. The melody was, characteristically, of such beauty and emotional precision that it made the lyric unnecessary in a certain sense. You could hear the loss in the music before you had understood the words. If, from the 1971 album of the same name, was perhaps Gates's most formally perfect song, a conditional love poem set to a melody of such soaring, patient beauty that it has remained in the repertoire of cover artists and film music supervisors for more than 50 years. The structure of the lyric, a series of impossible conditions, each one a way of saying, I love you without limit, matched the structure of the melody, which rose and fell with a patience and a sense of inevitability that suggested something classical rather than commercial. It was a pop song that understood what pop songs were capable of, and it reached for that understanding with both hands. Rob Royer and James Griffin, the other primary members of Bread in the group's early configuration, contributed songwriting and production that complemented Gates's work with a rougher, more rock-oriented energy. Griffin's It Don't Matter to Me and Let Your Love Go showed a facility with the group vocal harmony tradition that added another dimension to the band's sound, and the interplay between Gates's melodic perfectionism and Griffin's more direct rock instincts gave the best Bread records a range that neither songwriter could have achieved alone. Larry Knechtel, who joined the band in 1971 as keyboardist, brought to Bread the keyboard skills and the recording experience of one of the most accomplished session musicians in Los Angeles, the man who had played the piano part on Simon and Garfunkel's Bridge Over Troubled Water, one of the most recognized and most analyzed piano performances in popular music history. His presence in Bread raised the level of the instrumental performances and added a harmonic sophistication to the arrangements that deepened the emotional range of Gates's songs. Bread's commercial peak came in the years between 1970 and 1973, a period during which they released a series of singles and albums that placed them consistently near the top of the Billboard charts and established them as one of the most successful acts in American popular music. Their success was not of the arena-filling, world-conquering variety. It was quieter and more domestic than that, the success of music that people returned to because it met them where they were, rather than asking them to rise to some higher pitch of excitement or intensity. This was not a limitation. It was, in the context of what Bread was trying to do, exactly the right kind of success. The band broke up in 1973, citing the personal and professional tensions that accumulate in any group that has spent years working and traveling in close proximity, then reformed in 1976 for one more album before parting permanently. The split was perhaps inevitable. Gates's vision of what Bread should be was specific enough and sufficiently centered on his own sensibility that the collaborative structure was always under some pressure from it. But what they produced in those few years of full creative engagement was a body of work that deserves a more prominent place in the story of American popular music than it has typically received. See S.N. and Y, When the Voices Found Each Other. The story of how David Crosby, Stephen Stills, and Graham Nash discovered their voices together is one of the canonical stories of the Laurel Canyon era, told and retold until it has acquired something of the quality of musical mythology. But it is worth telling again, because what it describes is one of those rare moments when the accidental and the inevitable come together, when the right people are in the right place at the right time. And what they find there is something that could not have been planned or predicted. Crosby had been a founding member of the Byrds, one of the voices at the center of the folk rock synthesis that had defined the first chapter of the Canyon's musical story. By 1967, he had been asked to leave the group. His personal behavior and his increasingly difficult creative demands had made the situation untenable. And he found himself in the position of a musician without a band, with a reputation for brilliance and difficulty in roughly equal measure, looking for a context in which his genuine gifts could find expression. Stephen Stills had come from Buffalo Springfield, the group he had formed with Neil Young in 1966, one of the most musically adventurous bands of the Los Angeles scene. Springfield had combined folk, rock, and country with an originality that had made them, for the brief time they existed, one of the most exciting things happening in American music. Their breakup in 1968 left Stills similarly in search of a new context. a musician of prodigious technical gifts and restless creative energy, looking for a collaborative situation that could contain and direct those energies productively. Graham Nash had been the main songwriter in the Hollies, the Manchester group that had been one of the most commercially successful British acts of the mid-1960s. But the Hollies' commercial orientation had become, by the late 1960s, a constraint on Nash's ambitions. He wanted to write songs that went further than the format allowed, songs about specific people and specific moments, songs with the kind of personal directness that the Hollies' sound could not accommodate. The decision to leave the group and come to California was not impulsive. It was the culmination of a long recognition that what he was trying to do required a different kind of musical partnership. The three of them discovered their sound together in a casual domestic setting, exactly the kind of setting that the Canyon social world generated constantly, without effort or planning. There are different accounts of the precise occasion, but all of them share the essential detail: 3 guitars, 3 voices, a living room or a kitchen or a deck, and then the moment when the harmonies aligned and something happened that none of them had quite experienced before. Crosby's tenor, Stills's more assertive baritone, Nash's clear and precise upper voice, the 3 timbres complemented each other with a naturalness that felt, to the people discovering it, like finding something that had always been there rather than inventing something new. They began working immediately, developing repertoire in the informal way of the Canyon community, songs brought to gatherings, arrangements worked out in sitting rooms and on floors, the parts refined over the course of many evenings until they locked into the form that felt right. Nash's Lady of the Island, Stills's Sweet, Judy Blue Eyes, Crosby's Guinevere, the songs that would constitute Crosby, Stills and Nash's debut album, emerged from this period of informal domestic collaboration, shaped by the Canyon social world, even as they were being refined for the studio. The debut album, released in May 1969, was one of the most commercially and artistically successful first albums in the history of American rock. It sold millions of copies, earned the group a Grammy for Best New Artist, and established, with a clarity and an immediacy that had rarely been achieved in popular music, a new standard for what vocal harmony could do. The harmonies on Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, in particular, were so accomplished, so layered and complex and yet so natural sounding, that they seemed to belong to a tradition that had been developing for years, rather than something 3 people had worked out in a series of Canyon living rooms over a few months. Neil Young joined the group in August 1969, in time for the Woodstock Festival and the recording of the second album, Déjà Vu. Young's presence added an enigmatic 4th element to the mix, a voice and a creative sensibility that sat slightly apart from the others' sunlit harmonies, more angular and less resolved, capable of a rawness and emotional extremity that the trio's characteristic sound did not reach for. The tension between Young's aesthetic and those of his 3 collaborators was creative as well as personal. It gave the music a range and a complexity that neither entity could have achieved on its own. Déjà Vu, released in March 1970, was the product of months of difficult and exacting studio work. The harmonies, more complex than those on the debut album, more precisely voiced, requiring multiple takes to achieve the blend that satisfied everyone involved, took weeks to record. The arrangements, which combined acoustic and electric instrumentation with a freedom and a sophistication that had not previously been achieved in rock music, required the kind of patient, focused attention that is difficult to sustain in a large group with strong individual personalities. But the result justified the difficulty. The album opened with Carry On, which announced in its first 30 seconds that something musically new was happening. It continued through Teach Your Children, Our House, Helplessly Hoping, and Woodstock, arriving at a body of work that was, taken whole, one of the defining artistic achievements of American music in the early 1970s. Our House, Nash's song about the domestic life he shared with Joni Mitchell in their Laurel Canyon home, was the album's most explicit tribute to the canyon's specific quality of life. I'll light the fire / you place the flowers in the vase / that you bought today. The domestic images were so specific, so devoid of romantic inflation, that they created a quality of intimacy that felt genuinely new in rock music. The song was about the pleasure of a particular afternoon in a particular house, and it communicated that pleasure so directly that it became, for many listeners, a way of imagining a life they wanted. Not a fantasy life, but the life of a specific ordinary afternoon spent in a warm house with someone you love. Jackson Browne and the Patient Craft. Jackson Browne inhabited the canyon community from a slightly different position than many of his contemporaries. He was younger, and he had arrived in Los Angeles as a teenager, playing the coffee houses and folk clubs and working the informal apprenticeship that the city's musical culture provided for serious young songwriters. He was known in the canyon before he was known to the wider world. His songs were being circulated and covered by other artists years before he made his own first record. And this inverted relationship between private reputation and public recognition shaped his understanding of what it meant to be a songwriter. Browne had written These Days at 16, a song of such mature and unsentimental wisdom about loss and the passage of time that it seemed impossible for a teenager to have written it, and yet also completely explicable as the work of someone young enough to still be surprised by the way that life moves away from you. Nico had recorded the song. Tom Rush had recorded it. It had passed through the canyon's world as a piece of music that everyone agreed was exceptional before its author was known. When Browne began making his own records, he carried with him this established reputation for songwriting of a particular quality: serious, patient, emotionally honest without sentimentality, concerned with the kind of wisdom that is not abstract but earned. His songwriting process was, by his own account, and the account of those who worked with him, unusually painstaking. He would revisit lines again and again, testing different phrasings, weighing words against each other, seeking the precise formulation that was both emotionally true and formally beautiful. The result was a body of work. Doctor My Eyes, Jamaica Say You Will, Rock Me on the Water, The Pretender, Running on Empty, The Loadout / Stay. That stands as one of the most coherent and sustained artistic achievements in American popular music. Each song was complete in itself, formally accomplished, emotionally resonant, and yet each one was also part of a larger conversation that the complete body of work carried on about time and loss and the particular difficulty of living a life that is simultaneously meaningful and ordinary. The Pretender, from the 1976 album of the same name, was perhaps the most fully realized of Brown's early major statements. A song about the compromise between idealism and adult responsibility, about the recognition that the life you are actually living may be less than the life you had imagined, about what it means to continue anyway. The arrangements on the album, produced by John Landau, who had recently finished work on Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run, were more orchestral and more ambitious than anything Brown had done before, but they preserved the quality of intimacy that had characterized his earlier work. The voice remained the voice of someone who was speaking from experience, and the experience was specific enough and honestly enough rendered that it became available as a way of speaking about experiences that were not precisely his own. The network of friendships and musical connections that surrounded Brown in the Canyon community was essential to his work in ways that he has acknowledged. The Eagles, Glenn Frey and Don Henley in particular, were friends and sometime collaborators, and the exchange of musical ideas between Brown's circle and the Eagles' circle was constant and generative. Linda Ronstadt sang on his records. He wrote for her, and she covered his songs and brought them to audiences that his own somewhat more demanding musical personality might not have reached. J.D. Souther was a close collaborator and co-writer whose sensibility was adjacent to Brown's in important ways. The same patient craft, the same interest in emotional precision, the same understanding that a lyric should earn its every word. The Running on Empty album of 1977, recorded entirely on the road rather than in a studio, was Brown's most formally experimental statement. A meditation on the touring life, on what it means to spend years performing the same songs in different cities, on the relationship between artistic vocation and personal sustainability. The decision to record the album as a document of life on the road rather than a conventional studio product gave it a quality of journalistic honesty that sat in interesting tension with the polished craft of the songwriting. It sold 5 million copies and remains one of the most honest and least romanticized accounts of the musician's life that popular music has produced. Linda Ronstadt and the voice at the center. Linda Ronstadt occupied a particular position in the Laurel Canyon musical ecosystem, not a songwriter in the way that King or Taylor or Brown was, but a performer of such exceptional talent and musical intelligence that her presence at the center of a song could transform it, could hear and bring out dimensions of the material that its writer might not have fully known were there. She was a native Californian, born in Tucson to a Mexican-American family with deep musical roots, and she had arrived in Los Angeles as a teenager with a voice that was, from the first time most people heard it, simply exceptional. Ronstadt's role in the Canyon community and the broader Los Angeles music world of the early 1970s was partly that of a connector, someone whose broad musical interests and extensive social connections linked the various overlapping networks of the scene into something more coherent than they might otherwise have been. She shared musicians with everyone she knew. The same guitarists and keyboard players who appeared on her records were appearing on Jackson Browne's records, and on Eagles' records, and on James Taylor's records. And this shared instrumental community gave the music of the period a consistency of sound that was not planned, but was entirely real. Her series of albums with producer Peter Asher, who had already produced James Taylor's most important work, and who understood, better than almost anyone else in the business, how to capture a voice in a recording studio while preserving the quality of presence and immediacy that was the voice's greatest asset, constituted one of the most commercially and artistically successful runs in the history of American popular music. Heart Like a Wheel in 1974, Prisoner in Disguise in 1975, Hasten Down the Wind in 1976, Simple Dreams in 1977. Each album sold in the millions. Each was received as an artistic achievement, as well as a commercial one, and together they established Ronstadt as the most successful female rock performer of her era. Her choice of material was one of the things that distinguished her from other performers of comparable commercial success. She covered Buddy Holly and Hank Williams and Lowell George alongside the Brown and Souther songs she was making her own. She covered country material and R&B material and pop standards with equal conviction and equal skill, treating the distinction between genres as a bureaucratic artifact rather than a musical reality. This eclecticism was the product of genuine musical curiosity. She was interested in everything that interested her, and the range of what interested her was wider than the range that most commercial pop performers allowed themselves. And it gave her records a breadth that kept them from being limited by the conventions of any single genre. The Eagles, who had originally served as her backing band before forming their own group, carried something of Ronstadt's musical generosity into their own work. Glenn Frey and Don Henley had absorbed in the process of playing behind her and observing her process lessons about how to find and serve a song that would serve them well when they began making their own records. The connection between Ronstadt's work and the Eagles' work was audible in the vocal harmonies, in the easy movement between acoustic and electric instrumentation, in the fundamental assumption that a song's job was to connect with an audience's emotional life as directly and as honestly as possible. The Eagles, from Canyon to the World. The Eagles were formed in 1971 by Glenn Frey, Don Henley, Bernie Leadon, and Randy Meisner, 4 musicians who had arrived at the intersection of the Canyon's musical world from different directions, each bringing a different piece of what the group would eventually become. Frey had come from Detroit, had worked in Los Angeles for several years in the informal way of someone building a career through session work and friendship, and the constant networking that the music industry requires. Henley had come from Texas with a drumming technique and a vocal ability that were, even at this early stage, significantly beyond what most of his contemporaries could offer. Leadon had been in the Flying Burrito Brothers, where he had absorbed the lessons of country rock with a thoroughness that showed in everything he played. Meisner had been in Poco, where he had developed the bass playing and the high harmony vocal style that would define the Eagles' sound in its earliest, most country-oriented form. They had all worked as Linda Ronstadt's backing band before deciding to form their own group, a period during which they had observed, from close range, how a talented artist built a musical identity and a career from the resources available in the Los Angeles musical world. The lessons they took from this apprenticeship were not always explicit, but they were real. The importance of finding the right songs, the value of musical eclecticism, the way that a producer who understood a performer's voice could make the difference between a good record and an enduring one. Their first album, produced by Glyn Johns in London, was recorded in 1972 and established the Eagles' sound with a clarity and a confidence that most debut albums do not manage. Take It Easy, co-written by Frey and Jackson Browne, who had been Frey's neighbor in an Echo Park apartment building before either of them had major record deals, became one of the most played radio songs of 1972 and remains one of the most recognizable openings in American rock music. The combination of acoustic guitar, easy rhythm and vocal harmony over a lyric about the difficulty of not overthinking things was as perfect a distillation of the Canyon sensibility as had ever been captured on record. Peaceful, easy feeling, witchy woman, desperado. The songs from the first two albums established the Eagles as the most commercially successful inheritors of the Canyon tradition. Artists who had understood the formula deeply enough to refine it into something with genuinely mass appeal without losing the essential qualities that made it work. The country rock blend that Graham Parsons and the Byrds and the Flying Burrito Brothers had pioneered was present in the Eagles' music, but it had been polished and focused and made available to a radio audience that might not have been ready for its rougher, earlier versions. The addition of Don Felder to the group in 1974 brought a lead guitar capability that the Eagles had not previously had, and it pointed the group toward a more electric and more rock-oriented sound. One of These Nights, from the album of the same name released in 1975, showed the evolution clearly. The harmonies were still there, the country influences were still audible, but the production was bigger and more aggressive, the rhythms harder, the overall sound more explicitly aimed at arenas than at living rooms. Hotel California, the album and the song, arrived in 1977 as the culmination of the Eagles' artistic and commercial trajectory, and as something more than that, as a piece of music that transcended its genre and its moment and lodged itself permanently in the cultural memory of its era. The title track, with its minor key guitar introduction and its allegory of a California that had promised everything and delivered something more complicated, was the most ambitious thing the band had done and the most fully realized. The extended guitar solo that closes the song, two guitars in dialogue, the parts fitted together with a precision that suggested classical music more than rock and roll, was, by any measure, one of the great moments in American popular music of the 1970s. Joe Walsh, who had joined the group to replace Bernie Leadon in late 1975, brought to the Eagles a harder rock edge and a personality that introduced new creative tensions into the group. His guitar playing, raw, direct, technically accomplished in a way that owed more to the blues than to the country tradition that had shaped the band's earlier sound, expanded the sonic range of the group's music and pushed the production in directions that the original quartet would not have gone. The chemistry between Walsh's instincts and the group's established identity was not always easy, but it was generative. The Eagles' commercial success in the mid-1970s was of a scale that the Canyon community, for all its ambitions, had not fully anticipated. Their albums sold in numbers that made them, for a period in the late 1970s, the best-selling recording act in America. Their greatest hits, 1971 to 1975, released in 1976, became the best-selling album in American history, a position it held until 2018, when it was displaced by Michael Jackson's Thriller. These commercial facts are not incidental to the music's meaning. They demonstrated with numbers that could not be argued with that the sensibility the Canyon had developed, its particular combination of melodic sophistication, harmonic richness, and emotional directness, had a reach that extended far beyond the community that had produced it. Joni Mitchell, the canyon's poet. Joni Mitchell was, and remains, the most literary of the musicians the canyon produced, the one whose work demands and rewards the kind of attention we bring to poetry, whose songs carry layers of meaning that do not exhaust themselves on first listening, but continue to yield something new each time you return to them. She arrived in Laurel Canyon by way of Canada and New York and the folk circuit, carrying a voice of extraordinary range and flexibility, a guitar technique that she had developed by experimenting with non-standard tunings until she had found a vocabulary that was entirely her own, and a capacity for observational precision in language that placed her writing in a different register from most of what was happening in popular song. Ladies of the Canyon, released in 1970, gave the neighborhood its enduring name in the cultural imagination and established Mitchell's particular gifts in a form that was accessible to a wide audience without requiring any compromise of its essential seriousness. The title track described the women of the canyon: Trina, Annie, Estrella, with the affection and the precision of someone who knew them well, who had seen them in their daily lives and found in those daily lives the kind of beauty and meaning that art exists to make visible. The Circle Game, on the same album, was a meditation on time and its passage that managed the difficult trick of being philosophically profound without being abstract. The meditation happened in the specific sensory world of childhood, in the merry-go-round and the carousel horses and the seasons, and it arrived at its wisdom through those specifics rather than despite them. Blue, released in 1971, the same year as Tapestry and Taylor's Mudslide Slim, in one of the most concentrated outpourings of significant popular music in a single calendar year that the history of the art form records, is widely considered Mitchell's masterpiece and one of the greatest albums in the history of popular music. It was also, at the time of its making, an act of significant artistic courage, a record so exposed, so nakedly honest about its maker's emotional life, that the musicians who heard it before its release found it almost uncomfortable to listen to. James Taylor later described being asked to play guitar on the album and feeling that the intimacy of the material required a particular kind of care and gentleness from the musicians who were providing its context. The songs on Blue, All I Want, My Old Man, Little Green, Carey, Blue, California, This Flight Tonight, River, A Case of You, The Last Time I Saw Richard, constituted a diary of a specific period in Mitchell's life, a period of travel and love and loss, and the particular restlessness of someone who is trying to understand what they want from a life that is not cooperating with any of her plans. The arrangements were stripped to almost nothing: voice, guitar, piano, the occasional dulcimer or bass, no drums on most tracks. The exposure was absolute. There was nowhere to hide, and Mitchell did not try to hide. The record she made in this condition of radical vulnerability was, and remains, one of the most beautiful things in popular music. Mitchell's relationship with the canyon and its community was central to Blue in ways that went beyond the biographical facts of where it was written and recorded. The songs were in constant conversation with the people around her, with Taylor, who appears directly in California, with Nash, whose relationship with Mitchell had been one of the defining romantic and creative relationships of the Canyon era, with Crosby, who had signed her to his label and championed her work from the beginning. The album was made within a community that understood it in a way that most music audiences could not, and this understanding, the sense of making work for people who knew what it cost, gave it a quality of honesty that is only possible when the artist is not performing for a stranger. Mitchell's subsequent work, For the Roses, Court and Spark, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, Hegira, pushed further into formal experimentation and harmonic complexity, moving away from the folk tradition towards something that drew on jazz and classical music and the avant-garde in ways that most of her contemporaries were not attempting. Court and Spark, in 1974, found a way to bring the harmonic sophistication of jazz into a commercial pop context without sacrificing the emotional directness that had characterized her earlier work, a formal achievement of considerable difficulty that the album made look entirely natural. The Crusaders and Tom Scott's L.A. Express provided instrumental settings that were simultaneously more elaborate and more spacious than anything in Mitchell's previous arrangements, and the result was an album that was at once more ambitious and more immediately accessible than anything she had done before. The sound, what made it mellow? The music that emerged from Laurel Canyon and from the broader Los Angeles singer-songwriter world of the late 1960s and early 1970s had sonic characteristics that were as distinctive and as identifiable as its social and biographical origins. These characteristics, the warmth of the recordings, the prominence of acoustic instruments, the clarity and intimacy of the vocals, the specific quality of the harmonies, were not accidents. They were the products of deliberate choices made by musicians and producers who were working in a tradition of their own making, who understood what they were trying to achieve, and had developed the technical and aesthetic means to achieve it. The acoustic guitar was at the center of almost everything, not the electric guitar of rock and roll, with its sustain and its power, and its ability to fill a room with something that your body feels as much as your ears hear, but the acoustic guitar in its classical and folk-derived forms, an instrument whose sound is naturally warm and naturally limited in its projection, an instrument that requires the listener to come close rather than projecting itself across a distance. The decision to place this instrument at the center of the music was, implicitly, a decision about the relationship between the performer and the listener, an intimate relationship, one that required mutual attention and mutual willingness to occupy a small space together. The vocal harmonies that characterize the era's most distinctive music, the layered thirds and sixths of CSN and Y, the close, breath-sharing harmonies that Taylor and King achieved on each other's records, the pure melodic sweetness of Bread's arrangements, were the product of musicians who had spent years singing together in informal settings, who had developed, through hours of casual musical exchange, an intuitive understanding of how their voices fit together. This understanding could not be manufactured in a studio. It was the product of time and proximity, and the specific kind of trust that grows between people who have been making music together for long enough to anticipate each other's choices without needing to plan them. The production aesthetic that Peter Asher and other key producers of the period developed was partly a response to what the music required, and partly an expression of a philosophy about what recordings were for. The recordings that Asher made with James Taylor and Linda Ronstadt were technically excellent by any standard, clear, detailed, beautifully balanced, but their technical excellence was deployed in service of an intimacy rather than an impressiveness. The goal was not to overwhelm the listener with the scale of the production, but to bring the listener as close as possible to the experience of being in the room where the music was being made. This was a fundamentally different ambition from the one that drove, say, the large-scale rock production of the era, and it required fundamentally different choices. The rhythm sections of the period, the drummers and bassists who provided the harmonic and temporal foundation for the singer-songwriter's work, were among the most accomplished musicians in Los Angeles, and their accomplishment was expressed partly in the quality of their restraint. Russ Kunkel, who played drums on dozens of the most important records of the era, Taylor, King, Brown, Mitchell, Ronstadt, understood that his job in this music was to support rather than to propel, to provide a rhythmic foundation that was secure and steady without ever asserting itself at the expense of the voice and the lyric. Leland Sklar, whose bass playing appeared on many of the same records, was equally accomplished in the art of the essential but unobtrusive. A bass line that was, on close listening, melodically sophisticated and rhythmically inventive, but that gave the impression, on first hearing, of simply being what the music required and nothing more. The studio technology of the period, the multi-track tape machines, the equalizers and compressors and reverb units, the large mixing consoles that brought all of these elements together, was being used in the hands of the best engineers and producers to preserve and enhance the acoustic qualities of the music rather than to transform them. The warmth of the recordings was partly the warmth of analog tape, which introduces a specific and pleasing distortion at higher levels that makes sounds seem richer and more present than they do in the clinical accuracy of digital recording. It was also the warmth of rooms chosen for their acoustic properties, of microphones placed carefully to capture the natural spread of an instrument's sound, of mixing decisions made in favor of openness and air over density and impact. The mellow rock sound, and mellow, is a word that has been used dismissively, as if it describes a lack of ambition or a failure of nerve, when in fact it describes something far more difficult than its critics acknowledge. The ability to communicate with intimacy and directness without the support of volume and energy was the product of all of these elements in combination. The music, the musicians, the social world that produced them, the technical choices of the people who recorded them, the instruments and the rooms and the specific quality of light in a Los Angeles hillside afternoon. None of these elements was sufficient on its own. Together they produced something that has outlasted its moment and continues to speak to anyone who has ever needed music to meet them where they are. The collaborations, how songs traveled. The music that came out of Laurel Canyon was, in a fundamental sense, collective, not in the commune sense, not in the sense that any individual's creative authority was shared or diluted, but in the sense that the songs were shaped at every stage by their passage through a community of people who cared about them. A song written in one house was tried out in another. A harmony suggested by one musician was refined by 3 others over the course of an evening. A lyric that was almost right was taken back to the writer after feedback from people who knew the writer's sensibility and could tell the difference between almost right and right. The most famous of the era's collaborations, the partnership between James Taylor and Carole King, was documented on their mutual recordings and cemented by their 1972 concert for Bangladesh and subsequent joint tours. But the collaboration was not primarily a professional arrangement. It was a friendship, grounded in mutual respect and shared aesthetic values, that expressed itself through music as naturally as other friendships express themselves through conversation. King played piano on Taylor's records because she was a friend who happened to be one of the best pianists in the world. Taylor sang on King's records because he was a friend whose voice happened to be one of the most immediately expressive in popular music. The professional and the personal were inseparable, and the music that resulted from this inseparability had a quality of warmth that purely professional collaborations rarely achieve. David Gates and the other members of Bread were connected to this world through the shared infrastructure of the Los Angeles music industry. The same studios, the same session musicians, the same radio programmers and record company contacts. Gates's songs were covered by other artists and found their way onto the radio alongside Taylor and King and Mitchell, contributing to what listeners of the period experienced as a coherent sound, even if it was in fact produced by many different people working from many different starting points. The consistency of the sound was the product of shared values and shared resources, rather than of any deliberate collective project, but it was nonetheless real. The producer Peter Asher was one of the key figures in maintaining the coherence of the sound across different artists and different projects. His work with Taylor and Ronstadt and his later work with other artists created a through line of production aesthetic that connected the music of the period across the differences of individual personalities and individual songs. Asher's understanding of how to capture a voice, how to make a microphone and a tape machine serve the specific qualities of a specific singer, was a form of artistic intelligence that was as important to the music as any individual songwriter's gifts, and less often acknowledged. The session musicians, Kunkel and Sklar, Danny Korchmar on guitar, Craig Doerger on keyboards, and a handful of others who appear again and again on the most important records of the period, formed a community within the community, a small group of extraordinarily accomplished players who understood the music from the inside and who brought to each session not just technical skill, but an aesthetic judgment about what the music required. They were collaborators in the full sense, people whose contributions went beyond the execution of the parts they were given, and who participated, through the choices they made in real time in the studio, in the creation of the music they were helping to make. The overlap between the Canyon community and the broader Los Angeles music world was constant and generative. America, the British-American group who had formed in London among the children of American servicemen and who arrived in Los Angeles with an acoustic sound that fit seamlessly into the Canyon tradition, found their most fertile period in the early 1970s, precisely because the production and session resources of the Los Angeles musical world were available to them. Horse with No Name, Ventura Highway, Sister Golden Hair. The songs that defined America's best work had the specific warmth and melodic generosity of the Canyon sound, made by people who had not lived in the Canyon, but who had been shaped by the same musical influences and who were making their records in the same rooms with many of the same musicians. J.D. Souther was the most explicit of the Canyon community's connectors, a songwriter of real gifts whose work linked the Brown Circle, the Eagles Circle, and the Ronstadt Circle through a series of co-writing partnerships and shared recordings that gave the music of the period some of its most enduring pieces. Doolin Dalton, James Dean, The Best of My Love, co-written with Henley and Frey for the Eagles, were songs that carried the Canyon sensibility into the most commercially successful vehicle it had found. The connection between Souther's literary instincts and the Eagles' commercial ambitions was one of the most productive creative relationships of the era. The wider circle, country rock, and the California continuum. The Laurel Canyon community was not the only node in the network of Los Angeles music that produced the sound of the early 1970s. A parallel tradition, country rock, the attempt to fuse the emotional directness and musical simplicity of country music with the energy and the audience of rock, was developing simultaneously, sometimes intersecting with the canyon world, and sometimes running alongside it in productive parallel. Graham Parsons, who had passed through the Byrds and then co-founded the Flying Burrito Brothers, was the central figure in this tradition, the person who most clearly articulated its ambitions and most fully embodied its possibilities. Parsons had arrived in Los Angeles from Georgia, carrying a deep knowledge of country music and a conviction that the emotional truth of the country tradition, its willingness to be plain spoken about heartbreak, about longing, about the gap between what we want and what we get, was exactly what rock music needed. His vision of what he called cosmic American music, a synthesis that would be country in its emotional directness and rock in its energy and reach, was only partially realized in the records he was able to make before his death in 1973, but its influence on the musicians around him was enormous. The Byrds' Sweetheart of the Rodeo, made largely under Parsons's influence in 1968, was the album that most explicitly brought the country tradition into the folk rock world of the Canyon community. The record's embrace of pedal steel guitar, the country vocal style, the specific repertoire of Merle Haggard and Woody Guthrie, alongside Dylan, pointed toward a musical synthesis that several different groups would spend the next decade working out. Poco, formed by Richie Furay and Jim Messina after the breakup of Buffalo Springfield, was one of the most musically accomplished attempts at this synthesis. A band that understood country's musical grammar deeply enough to use it without the ironic quotation marks that sometimes undermined the genre blending of less committed artists. Emmylou Harris, who had been Parsons's singing partner, and who continued his project after his death with a dedication that was partly artistic and partly something more personal, brought the country rock synthesis to its fullest commercial expression in the mid-1970s. Her albums, produced by Brian Ahern, who understood both the country tradition and the production values of the Los Angeles rock world, combined the emotional directness of Nashville with the sonic sophistication of the Canyon community's best recordings, producing music that was country enough for country radio and rock enough for the Los Angeles audience that had grown up with the music of the Canyon. The exchange between the country rock world and the Canyon singer-songwriter world was constant. Ronstadt moved freely between the two, recording Hank Williams songs on the same albums as Jackson Browne songs, treating the genre distinction as irrelevant to the more fundamental question of whether a song was good. The Eagles brought the country influence explicitly into the Canyon sound, and their success demonstrated that the synthesis Parsons had envisioned could reach an enormous popular audience. By the mid-1970s, the division between country rock and singer-songwriter music had become largely notional. The same musicians played on both kinds of records, the same producers made them, and the same audience listened to them. The Troubadour, where songs were tested, on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, about a mile south of where Laurel Canyon Boulevard empties out of the hills, the Troubadour had been operating since 1957 as one of Los Angeles's primary venues for folk music and, as the 1960s progressed, for the kinds of music that were emerging from and around the folk tradition. By the late 1960s, it had become the center of the Canyon community's public life, the place where the music that had been developed in private in living rooms and on porches, made its first appearances before an audience that was, in the unusual way of this particular venue, both genuinely public and deeply informed. The Troubadours' Monday night hoots, open mic nights at which anyone could take the stage and play 2 songs, were, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, one of the most reliable generators of musical discovery in Los Angeles. It was at a Troubadour hoot that Carole King was first persuaded to perform her own songs in front of an audience, a crucial step in the transformation from brill-building professional to performing artist that the Canyon community was encouraging and that Tapestry would consummate. It was at the Troubadour that many of the musicians who would define the era first heard each other, first recognized something in a stranger's performance that was worth knowing better, first made the connections that would eventually lead to records and touring partnerships and the complex web of friendship and collaboration that the Canyon community represented. James Taylor played the Troubadour in 1970 on the tour that introduced Sweet Baby James and Fire and Rain to Los Angeles audiences. The response was immediate and personal in the way that Troubadour responses were, not the generalized enthusiasm of a large concert crowd, but the specific recognition of people who understood what they were hearing. Linda Ronstadt played there regularly. Jackson Browne played there as an unknown, passing out lyric sheets because he wasn't sure anyone would be able to follow the songs without them. Joni Mitchell played there and did not play there. At different points in her career, the intimacy of the room was exactly what she needed, and at other points, she had moved beyond what it could offer her. The Troubadour functioned as a feedback mechanism, a place where the Canyon community could hear itself, where the work being developed in private could be tested against a live response, where the difference between a song that worked and a song that did not work could be felt in real time. The audience at the Troubadour was not a passive recipient of the music. It was a participant in the process of the music's development, providing the kind of response, attentive, discriminating, knowledgeable, that helped artists understand what they had. The music that came out of the Canyon community in these years was better because of the Troubadour, and the Troubadour was better because of the music. The Whiskey A Go-Go on the Sunset Strip served a different function, louder, more electric, organized around the performance energies of rock and roll, rather than the quiet attention of the listening room. Canyon musicians played there and watched others play there, and carried back to their hillside homes the ideas and the energy they had absorbed, which then surfaced in calmer form in the songs they were writing. The combination of the Troubadour's intimate attention and the whiskey's electric energy was one of the productive tensions that the Canyon's music lived inside, the tension between the personal and the performative, between the intimate and the spectacular, that the best records of the era navigated with such grace. The records, what they sound like now, there is a quality that the best records of the Laurel Canyon era share that becomes, after you have spent time with them, immediately recognizable, a quality that has to do with warmth and intimacy and a specific kind of trust between the performer and the listener. But that is also, at a more technical level, the product of specific choices about how music should sound when it is reproduced through speakers or headphones. The recordings breathe. This is not a technical description. It is a description of what they feel like to listen to, the sense that the music has room around it, that the sounds are not compressed into a solid wall of acoustic information, but exist in a space that the ear can move through. The acoustic guitar is warm and resonant, and slightly diffuse, the way an acoustic guitar sounds in a room, rather than the way it sounds when a microphone is placed as close as possible to the strings. The vocals are present and clear, but not clinical. There is a slight softness at the edges, a quality of air and space that makes them sound like voices in a room rather than voices in a machine. Tapestry sounds, even now, like an album that was made by someone who had nothing to prove and everything to say. The piano on It's Too Late is exactly as warm and as present as it needs to be. Not flashy, not technically demonstrative, but completely right. King's voice has a quality of directness that the production has preserved rather than smoothed out. You can hear her breathing. You can hear the slight effort of the high notes. You can hear the smile in I Feel the Earth Move and the sadness in So Far Away with equal clarity. The album does not try to be more than it is. It is entirely, sufficiently, permanently itself. Sweet Baby James carries the quality of James Taylor's guitar, playing in a way that later, more fully produced records cannot quite match. The intimacy of the fingerpicking, the warmth of the acoustic guitar in a relatively spare arrangement, the sense of a performance that is happening in a space you are privileged to occupy. The voice is slightly rough, slightly used, exactly right. The harmonies, often provided by Carole King and other Canyon community members, sit behind the lead vocal with the ease of people who know each other's voices and have found, through time and practice, the exact placement that serves the song without competing with it. Bread's records have a melodic richness that resists the passage of time in the way that the best melodies always do. Everything I Own sounds, in 2024, exactly as it sounded in 1972. A melody so perfectly shaped that it cannot be improved. A lyric so honest and so direct that no amount of historical distance can make it feel dated. Gates's voice carries the particular quality of a singer who learned to sing by listening to the great vocal stylists of American popular music. There are traces of Roy Orbison in the upper register, of the early rock and roll tradition in the directness and the confidence, and who has made that education entirely his own. You hear the tradition behind the voice, and you also hear the person. Mitchell's Blue carries, across all the decades since its release, the quality of having been made at some cost, the sense of music produced in a state of genuine exposure, without the protections that most artists maintain between themselves and their material. The voice is naked in the way that only the best singing is naked, not technically naked, not stripped of craft or care, but emotionally naked in the sense that there is nothing between what the singer is feeling and what the listener hears. The guitar tunings, the open, ringing, slightly dissonant chords that Mitchell developed in her non-standard tuning systems, give the accompaniment a quality of color and atmosphere that no conventional tuning could have provided, surrounding the voice with an acoustic world that is simultaneously strange and completely fitting. CSN and Y's Déjà Vu sounds, even now, like people discovering something. The harmonies have a quality of surprise, of being found rather than calculated, that no amount of studio refinement has been able to entirely remove. The tension between Young's rougher sensibility and the trio's sunlit harmonies is audible throughout. The record is not entirely comfortable, and its discomfort is part of what makes it great. Our House is the most obvious example of the record's direct emotional appeal, but Déjà Vu itself, the title track, with its layered harmonies and its shifting sense of time, is the most musically adventurous thing on the album. A piece of music that was genuinely new in 1970 and that still has not been fully accounted for. The fading, what changed and why. The community that had produced the music of the Canyon era did not end suddenly. Communities rarely do. It dissolved slowly through the accumulation of individual departures and the gradual attrition of the conditions that had sustained it. The process began in the early 1970s and was essentially complete by the end of the decade, and the factors that drove it were a mix of the predictable and the specific. Success was, paradoxically, one of the primary agents of dissolution. The musicians of the Canyon had made music partly because of the community's specific qualities, the proximity, the informality, the domestic scale of a world organized around small houses and short drives and casual gatherings. And the success of that music created pressures that were fundamentally incompatible with those qualities. A successful musician in the early 1970s was a musician who spent most of the year on tour, who lived in hotel rooms and tour buses and the backstages of large arenas, who was separated from the specific social world of the Canyon by months at a time, and by the psychological distance that fame creates between a person and the ordinary life they used to live. The commercial pressures of the music industry also changed the nature of the creative process in ways that worked against the Canyon's informal model. As the music became more commercially important, the decisions about what to record and how to record it became subject to more scrutiny and more interference. The record companies that had been content to let artists develop at their own pace when the commercial stakes were modest became, as the stakes increased, more interested in controlling the process and the product. The informal, time-consuming, relationship-dependent model of the Canyon community, where a song might be developed over months of casual exchange before anyone considered recording it, was not easily compatible with the quarterly reporting requirements of a publicly traded entertainment company. The drugs that had been part of the Canyon's social life from the beginning became, for some of the community's members, a more serious and more consuming presence as the decade progressed. The cocaine culture that took hold in the music industry in the mid-1970s was different in character from the cannabis culture of the late 1960s, where cannabis had encouraged a certain reflective slowness, a willingness to sit with things, an ease in the domestic intimacy that the Canyon's social life required. Cocaine encouraged speed and grandiosity and the feeling of importance that could make the patient, collaborative, self-questioning work of genuine songwriting seem tedious. The effect on the music was gradual but real. The musical landscape was also changing in ways that moved the Canyon's sensibility from the center of cultural conversation to its periphery. The mid-1970s saw the emergence of punk rock, which explicitly rejected everything that the Canyon community's music represented: the melodic sophistication, the harmonic complexity, the emotional depth, the technical accomplishment, in favor of a rawness and an energy that was defined by its opposition to exactly what the Canyon had achieved. The punk critique was overstated in the way that all reactive movements overstate their case, but it contained a real insight that a certain kind of smooth, technically accomplished emotional directness could become, if pursued without self-criticism, its own form of complacency. Disco's rise was a different kind of challenge, not oppositional, but simply different. Organized around rhythmic energy and collective bodily experience, rather than individual emotional expression. The canyon's music had always been primarily addressed to individual listeners, to the person sitting alone with headphones or lying on a bedroom floor. And the shift toward dance floors and collective experience that disco represented was a shift in the social function of popular music that the canyon's acoustic, introspective sensibility was not designed to serve. By the late 1970s, several of the community's key figures had moved out of the canyon to larger houses elsewhere in Los Angeles, to ranches in the country, to other cities or other countries. The houses remained, and some of the social connections that the canyon had forged remained as well. But the specific density of creative life that had characterized the neighborhood in its golden years had dispersed. The Canyon Country Store still served its neighborhood, but the neighborhood it served was no longer quite the same neighborhood. The legacy. What the sound left behind. The music that came out of Laurel Canyon and the broader Los Angeles singer-songwriter world of the late 1960s and early 1970s has, in the 50 years since its making, proven to be more durable and more influential than even its most admiring contemporaries could have predicted. The albums, Tapestry, Blue, Sweet Baby James, Deja Vu, Baby I'ma Want You, For Every Man, Heart Like a Wheel, Hotel California, continue to sell and to be heard by new listeners who are discovering them without the context of their original cultural moment. The songs are covered by contemporary artists across multiple genres. The production aesthetic has become, for a generation of indie and folk and Americana musicians, a touchstone. The sound that they are working toward when they talk about wanting their records to feel warm or intimate or real. Carole King's Tapestry has sold more than 25 million copies over its 50-plus years in print. The number is remarkable not because of its scale. Many albums have sold in the millions, but because of its distribution across time. The album was not simply a period phenomenon that sold heavily in its moment and then faded. It has continued to find new listeners in each subsequent decade, each generation discovering in it something that speaks to their own experience. The emotional content of the album, its honesty about love and loss, and the difficulty of adult life, its warmth and its lack of pretension, its fundamental trust in the listener's ability to receive something real, is not dated. It is not of its moment. It is simply true. James Taylor has continued to perform and record across the 5 decades since Sweet Baby James, and the consistency of his appeal across that period is evidence of something beyond mere career longevity. Audiences who were not born when Fire and Rain was released hear it now and recognize something in it. Something about the specific quality of a certain kind of sorrow, about the way that loss accumulates in a life and the way that music can acknowledge that accumulation without making it worse. The voice has changed with the years, has gained a texture and a weight that the younger voice did not have. And the change is, for many listeners, an improvement. The lived experience in the voice making the songs more, rather than less, true. David Gates and Bread have been the subject of a significant critical reassessment in recent years, their work being recognized as more formally accomplished and more emotionally serious than the soft rock label that was applied to it suggested. The melodies, particularly the melodies of If, Everything I Own, Make It With You, The Guitar Man, are being recognized for what they are, among the most perfectly constructed in the history of American popular music, the products of a melodic intelligence of the first order, working in a form that was, in Gates's hands, capable of far more than its commercial context suggested. Bread's influence on subsequent popular music is difficult to trace precisely because it is so pervasive. The ballad form that David Gates perfected, the long, unhurried melodic line over acoustic guitar, the voice that is warm and slightly rough, the lyric that arrives at emotional truth through specific domestic imagery, is the direct ancestor of a significant proportion of the ballad tradition in American pop music from the mid-1970s to the present. Singers as different as Air Supply and Christopher Cross and Dan Fogelberg and Richard Marx have all worked in this tradition, and the connection to Gates's originating contributions is audible even when it is not acknowledged. The singer-songwriter tradition that Joni Mitchell and James Taylor and Jackson Browne helped define has continued to generate important work in every subsequent decade. Artists as diverse as Tracy Chapman and Sean Colvin and John Mayer and Norah Jones and Taylor Swift have worked, in different ways and with different emphases, within the tradition that the Canyon community helped establish. The tradition of the personally expressive vocalist-instrumentalist, whose primary material is their own emotional experience, whose craft is measured by the honesty and the precision with which that experience is translated into song. The specific debts vary, but the fundamental orientation, the primacy of the personal voice, the acoustic guitar or piano as the primary instrument of expression, the lyric as the central vehicle of meaning, is continuous with what the Canyon produced. Country music, which absorbed the lessons of the country rock synthesis that the Canyon community participated in, has carried certain elements of the Canyon's sensibility into the mainstream of American popular culture in ways that have reached audiences that the original records never reached. The emphasis on personal, confessional songwriting, the blending of acoustic and electric instrumentation, the willingness to be plain and direct about emotional experience. These qualities, which were new to rock music in the early 1970s, are now so thoroughly embedded in the country tradition that they seem native to it rather than imported. The production aesthetic of the era, the warmth, the intimacy, the sense of records made by people for people rather than by machines for markets, has become, in an era of digital recording and streaming and the quantization of everything, a kind of ideal to work toward rather than a standard to be met. Musicians speak about wanting their records to sound analog or warm or like something recorded in a room, and what they are describing, whether they know it or not, is the production aesthetic of Laurel Canyon, the sound of people making music together in domestic spaces with the technology of the era in service of the music rather than the reverse. The roads still wind through the hills. Drive up into Laurel Canyon now, and the roads are the same roads. They narrow at the same point and begin to follow the hillside in the same way, the same curves announcing themselves in the same unhurried manner. The trees are larger than they were in 1970, the eucalyptus and pine having had 50 more years to grow into the light, but they are the same trees. The Canyon Country Store is still there. The houses are still tucked into the hillsides with the same informal confidence of structures that belong to their landscape. What the canyon contains now that it did not contain before, or rather what it contains in addition to everything it has always contained, is the accumulated weight of its own history. The houses look like themselves and like the places where specific things happened, where a piano phrase was found on a Tuesday afternoon that became one of the best-known melodies in American music, where three voices discovered a harmony that they had not known was available to them, where a lyric that had been almost right was revised to something that was simply right and then sent out into the world to do its work. The history is not visible. It does not announce itself. You cannot tell, standing outside a Laurel Canyon bungalow, whether anything of consequence happened inside it. But the history is there, held in the neighborhood the way that all significant histories are held in the places where they occurred. Not as visible record, but as a quality of the air, an atmosphere, a slight surplus of meaning in a place that has been the site of things that mattered. The music that was made in these hills has traveled far from its origins. It has been heard in places that the musicians who made it never visited, by people whose lives are entirely unlike the lives being lived in those hillside houses in 1970, or 1971, or 1972. It has been translated and covered and sampled and referenced and used in films and in commercials and in the private soundtracks that people assemble for their own lives. And across all of this travel and all of this use, it has retained the essential quality that it was born with, the quality of intimacy, of directness, of music made by people who meant every word and every note. Carole King sitting at a piano in a warm room, James Taylor with a guitar, his head bent toward the strings, finding the next phrase with his fingers. David Gates in a studio, listening to a playback of a melody that is not quite right yet, hearing the version that it is becoming. Joni Mitchell at a window, a notebook on her knee, watching the light change over the canyon. Graham Nash in a living room with Crosby and Stills, three guitars, three voices, the harmony finding itself in the air between them. These are the images that the music has left behind. They are not mythological. They are not romantic projections onto a past that was always simpler and more beautiful than it actually was. They are the images of ordinary work done by people who happen to be in the right place at the right time, with the right combination of talent and circumstance and community. They are the images of music being made. The recordings endure because they were made with genuine feeling, in genuine conditions by people who had found, in a small hillside neighborhood above Los Angeles, something that the city below could not easily provide, the time and the quiet and the community that made the work possible. The work was the songs. The songs are still here. The canyon made them. And the canyon, in some fundamental sense, that the records have preserved across all the distances of time and circumstance, still holds them. On the right evening, with the right song on the record player, and the right quality of light coming through a west-facing window, you can still hear it, the warmth of that particular place, the ease of that particular community, the sound of people making music together, in the knowledge that the music mattered and that they were lucky to be there. While Laurel Canyon gave America timeless songs and unforgettable voices, another movement was growing stronger across the American South. Drawing from blues, country, gospel, and soul, Southern rock blended regional traditions into a bold new sound that would fill arenas and define an era. Our journey concludes with the music that carried the spirit of the South around the world. This is Southern rock. The evolution of Southern rock, the 1970s. The highway stretches ahead into the darkness, 2 lanes of asphalt cutting through the warm southern night. The radio is on, tuned to an FM station out of Atlanta or Jacksonville, or some smaller city in between, and the signal fades in and out as the miles pass, static mixing with guitars and drums and voices singing about roads and freedom and the particular weight of belonging to this place, this region, this contested and complicated South. It is sometime past midnight, probably, though the exact hour doesn't matter much out here, where the landscape is measured in distance rather than time. The headlights illuminate pine trees lining the roadside, their trunks dark against darker forest. Occasionally a town appears, gas stations with their fluorescent islands of light, a diner still open with a few trucks parked outside, the glow of neon signs advertising beer and rooms and food. Then the town falls behind, and the darkness returns, the forest pressing close on both sides, the road running straight and endless. The music on the radio is Southern rock, though the people listening might not use that term or any term. It is simply the music that sounds like where they are, the sound of guitars that know how to bend notes, the way a voice bends when it's singing the blues, the sound of drums that swing hard without rushing, the sound of voices that carry the accent and the phrasing and the particular emotional grain of the region. This is where we begin tonight, on this highway, in this darkness, with this music playing through tinny speakers, in a car moving through the southern night. Because Southern rock in the 1970s was not just a genre or a collection of songs. It was a landscape, a feeling, a way of being in a specific place at a specific time. It was the sound of a region hearing itself, reckoning with its past, trying to imagine its future. The story we will tell across the hours ahead is a slow one, moving at the pace of a long drive rather than a quick arrival. We will stop in towns where bands were formed, in studios where albums were recorded, in bars and arenas where the music was played live and transformed in the playing. We will listen to guitars and organs and drums, to the voices singing and the crowds responding, to the particular texture of this music as it existed in its time and place. Settle in. The night is long, the road ahead is measured in hours, and there is no hurry. The music will be there when we arrive, patient and familiar, waiting to be heard again as it was heard then. Through the warm southern darkness, carried on air that smells of pine and dust and summer heat, echoing in spaces where people gathered to hear their own lives reflected back to them in amplified sound. The Southern Night, an opening meditation. Before we trace the history and the bands and the specific developments that created Southern rock in the 1970s, let us spend time simply inhabiting the atmosphere where this music lived. Because Southern rock was inseparable from the sensory environment of the American South, from the heat and the humidity, from the landscape and the light, from the particular quality of night as it settles over small towns and rural roads. The South in the 1970s was a region in transition, caught between a past that was recent enough to be remembered in intimate detail and a future that was unclear and contested. The civil rights movement had challenged and partially dismantled the legal structures of segregation, but the social and cultural realities of the region were still being renegotiated, still being worked out in daily life and in the larger questions of identity and belonging. For young white Southerners coming of age in this moment, the question of what it meant to be Southern was particularly complex. The region's history included much that was difficult to celebrate: slavery, segregation, violence, poverty. But it also included things that felt true and valuable: family ties, musical traditions, a connection to specific places and landscapes, ways of speaking and being that were distinct from the rest of the country. Southern rock emerged in this context as one answer to the question of Southern identity. It was music that took pride in being from the South, while not necessarily defending everything the South had been or done. It drew on Black musical traditions, the blues most prominently, but also gospel and soul, while being played primarily by white musicians for primarily white audiences. It claimed authenticity through its connection to place and tradition, while also being electric, loud, modern, aligned with the long-haired youth culture that was changing America in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The music itself carried these tensions and complexities in its sound. The blues scales and phrasings that ran through Southern rock came directly from African American musical traditions, from the Delta blues and the urban blues of cities like Memphis and Chicago. The slide guitar techniques that became characteristic of the genre echoed both gospel steel guitar and the bottleneck blues playing of rural Mississippi. The call and response patterns between guitars, the way rhythm and lead instruments would converse within a song, reflected Black musical aesthetics. But Southern rock also incorporated country music traditions, the storytelling, the focus on everyday life and work, the honky-tonk piano, and the twang of certain vocal deliveries. It incorporated the amplified intensity of rock and roll, the volume and the distortion, and the emphasis on live performance energy. And it incorporated a jam band sensibility, an improvisational approach that treated songs as frameworks for extended exploration, rather than as fixed compositions to be reproduced exactly each time. The landscape itself was part of the music's identity. The South of the 1970s was still heavily rural in many areas, still defined by small towns connected by two-lane highways, by farmland and forest, by rivers and Piedmont and coastal plains. The cities, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Birmingham, Memphis, New Orleans, were growing and changing, but much of the region's cultural life still happened in smaller places, in communities where everyone knew each other, where music was played in local bars and VFW halls and high school gymnasiums. The climate shaped the experience of this music in fundamental ways. The South is hot for much of the year, humid and thick with moisture, and this heat affects everything: how people move, how they dress, how they gather. Summer nights in the South are events unto themselves. The air remains warm long after sunset. The humidity creates a weight and a closeness. The insects sing their constant electric chorus. The sky stays light in the west until late evening, and then darkens to purple, and finally to black Mars. Outdoor concerts in the South happened in this atmosphere. A stage would be set up in a field or a fairground, amplifiers stacked on either side, lights rigged overhead. As the sun went down and the temperature dropped from oppressive to merely warm, people would gather, arriving in pickup trucks and vans, bringing coolers of beer, spreading out across the grass or the dirt, claiming their territory for the night. The music would start as dusk settled, and it would continue for hours, the guitars and drums carrying across the open space, the lights washing the stage in colours that shifted with each song. The indoor venues had their own atmosphere. Southern roadhouses and bars in the 1970s were particular kinds of spaces: low ceilings and wooden floors, neon beer signs and cigarette smoke thick enough to see in layers under the lights, pool tables in the back, and a small stage or cleared area at the front where bands set up their equipment. The PA systems were often minimal, which meant the music came primarily from the amplifiers themselves: guitar amps turned up loud, organs running through Leslie's, Drums hit hard to cut through the volume. Progressed. The bands would play long progressed. The bands would play long sets, 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours of music with short breaks. And by the end of the night, everyone was drenched in sweat, the atmosphere dense and primal, the music creating a shared physical experience that was as much about endurance and communion as about entertainment. The highways connected these venues, creating circuits that bands traveled repeatedly, from Macon to Jacksonville to Atlanta to Birmingham and back, from college town to college town, from outdoor festival to indoor club. The experience of being in a van on these highways at night, equipment loaded in back, the next gig a few hours away, became part of the mythology and the reality of Southern rock. The landscape passing in darkness, the radio picking up different stations as you moved through regions, the occasional stop at an all-night diner or gas station, fluorescent and stark against the surrounding dark. This was the environment that produced and sustained Southern rock. Warm nights and long highways, outdoor fields and indoor bars, the particular social landscape of the South in a moment of transition, the musical traditions of both black and white Southerners available to be drawn upon and combined in new ways. The music that emerged from this environment sounded like where it came from, humid and extended, bluesy and twangy, electric but rooted, modern but traditional, loud but swinging. Roots and rivers, the musical traditions that fed Southern rock. To understand Southern rock, we must understand the musical traditions it drew from, the deep roots that fed the specific flowering that happened in the late 1960s and early 1970s. These traditions were old and interwoven, coming from both the black and white communities of the South, from rural and urban contexts, from sacred and secular practices. The blues was the most direct and obvious influence. The blues had been born in the South, in the cotton fields and the lumber camps and the small towns of the Delta, expressing the experiences of Black Americans through a musical language that was at once simple in structure and infinitely deep in feeling. The 12-bar blues form, the blues scale with its flattened thirds and sevenths and sometimes fifths, the call and response patterns, the techniques of bending strings and sliding between notes, all of this became fundamental to Southern rock. But the blues that influenced Southern rock was not just the acoustic country blues of the early 20th century. It was also the electric blues that had developed in Memphis and Chicago in the 1940s and 1950s, the amplified and urbanized blues of Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf and B.B. King. This was blues played through amplifiers with electric guitars and bass and drums, creating a heavier, more powerful sound than acoustic instruments could produce. The guitar playing of Southern rock drew directly from blues traditions, the use of pentatonic scales, the emphasis on bending strings to create vocal-like expressiveness, the technique of playing slide guitar with a glass or metal tube. All of these came from the blues. The rhythmic approach, the way guitars could both drive the beat and play against it, creating tension and swing. This too came from blues practice. But Southern rock guitarists also learned from rock and roll pioneers, from Chuck Berry's rhythmic attack and lyrical soloing, from the British blues revival bands like the Rolling Stones and Cream, and the Yardbirds who had taken American blues and amplified it further, adding distortion and volume and extended improvisation. The twin guitar approach that became characteristic of Southern rock, two lead guitarists playing off each other, harmonizing and trading solos and creating intricate interplay, drew on these rock influences while maintaining blues feel at the core. Gospel music was another essential influence, though one that is sometimes less acknowledged. The gospel traditions of the Black church, the harmonies, the emotional intensity, the call and response between preacher and congregation, or between lead vocalist and choir, shaped the way Southern rock vocalists sang and the way bands structured their songs. The Hammond organ, which became a signature sound in Southern rock, came directly from Black church practice, where the organ was central to gospel worship. The slide guitar techniques that became so important in Southern rock had roots in both blues and gospel. The sacred steel guitar tradition, playing lap steel or pedal steel guitar in Pentecostal and holiness churches, involved the same kinds of singing, swooping tones that Southern rock slide guitarists would employ. The emotional vocabulary of gospel, the way a note could be bent or sustained to express longing or joy or sorrow, transferred directly into secular contexts. Country music traditions also fed into Southern rock, particularly the honky-tonk sound of the 1940s and 1950s. The emphasis on storytelling, on songs about everyday life and work and travel, on simple, direct language. This came from country. The twang of certain vocal deliveries, the use of pedal steel guitar in some Southern rock bands, the occasional acoustic guitar or fiddle, these were country elements incorporated into the electric rock sound. The boogie-woogie piano tradition, which had roots in both blues and country contexts, contributed to the rhythmic drive of much Southern rock. Piano players in Southern rock bands often played in a barrel house or honky-tonk style, with strong left-hand bass patterns and rhythmic right-hand figures that pushed the beat forward. This piano sound connected to both the juke joints of the rural South and the roadhouses where country music was played. All of these traditions, blues, gospel, country, rock and roll, were available to young Southern musicians in the late 1960s. They had grown up hearing this music, sometimes directly in their communities, sometimes through radio and records, and importantly, these traditions were not separate or pure. They had been influencing each other for generations, creating a rich musical ecology where boundaries between genres were porous and artists freely borrowed from whatever sources spoke to them. The specific innovation of Southern rock was in how these elements were combined and amplified, how they were adapted to the context of electric rock bands playing for young audiences in the early 1970s. The music took the improvisational intensity of blues and extended it into long jams. It took the emotional directness of gospel and applied it to secular themes of freedom and belonging. It took the storytelling of country and set it to heavy electric guitars and drums. It took the energy of rock and roll and grounded it in distinctly Southern musical gestures and references. The result was a sound that felt both modern and traditional, both rebellious and rooted. It was music that could be played loud in arenas, but that never lost touch with the quieter, older musical practices it drew from. It was music made by white Southerners that was unimaginable without the Black musical traditions of the region. It was, in all these ways, a music of synthesis and tension, of multiple influences held together in a recognizable but unstable form. Macon, Georgia, the Capricorn Sound, and the Allman Brothers. If Southern rock had a capital city in the early 1970s, it was Macon, Georgia. This middle-sized city in central Georgia, situated on the Ocmulgee River, about 80 miles southeast of Atlanta, became the headquarters of Capricorn Records and the home base of the Allman Brothers Band, and in those roles it functioned as the center of gravity for much of what Southern rock would become. Macon in the early 1970s was not an obvious music industry town. It was a regional center with a history dating back to the early 19th century, a place that had grown around river trade and later around railroads and then around military bases and manufacturing. It had a black community and a white community, largely separate, each with their own churches and schools and social institutions. It had the layered history of the South, antebellum grandeur and Civil War trauma, and Jim Crow segregation and civil rights struggle. But Macon also had a musical heritage. Little Richard had been born there, and Otis Redding had recorded there at the Stax Studio before his death in 1967. The city had clubs and venues where music was played, and it had people who understood the business of making and selling records. When Phil Walden, a music manager and promoter who had worked with Otis Redding, decided to start a record label in the late 1960s, he chose to base it in Macon rather than moving to Nashville or Los Angeles or New York. Capricorn Records, founded in 1969, was intended from the beginning to be a Southern label, recording Southern artists and maintaining a Southern identity. Walden believed that there was a market for music that sounded distinctly Southern, that drew on the region's musical traditions and spoke to its contemporary experiences. The Allman Brothers Band became the label's first and most important signing, and their success would prove Walden's instincts correct. The Allman Brothers Band had formed in Jacksonville, Florida, in 1969, but they relocated to Macon to be near Capricorn and to have a base for their operations. The band consisted of Dwayne Allman and Dickie Betts on guitars, Greg Allman on organ and vocals, Berry Oakley on bass, and Butch Trucks and Jamo Johansson on drums. This lineup, 2 lead guitarists, 2 drummers, organ, bass, and vocals, created a sound that was rich and layered, capable of both delicate dynamics and overwhelming power. Dwayne Allman was already known as a session guitarist, having played on records by Wilson Pickett and Aretha Franklin at the Muscle Shoals studio in Alabama. His slide guitar playing was extraordinary, capable of expressing an almost vocal quality of emotion, bending and sustaining notes with perfect pitch and timing. Dickie Betts brought a more melodic, jazz-influenced approach to the guitar, and the interplay between his playing and Dwayne's became one of the band's defining characteristics. The 2 drummers, Trucks and Jamo, created a rhythmic foundation that was simultaneously solid and fluid. They did not simply keep time in the way that a single drummer might. They created rhythmic dialogues, layering different patterns, moving between straight and swinging feels, pushing and pulling the tempo in ways that gave the music a breathing quality. Jamo, who was black and had a jazz background, brought sophistication and subtlety to the drumming that elevated it beyond simple rock backbeats. Greg Allman's organ playing filled the harmonic space between the guitars and the rhythm section, creating dense chords and swirling textures that could support the guitars or emerge into the foreground during his own solos. His voice was distinctive, rough and soulful, capable of conveying both vulnerability and strength, singing with a phrasing that came from blues and soul traditions. The music the Allman Brothers made in their early years was blues-based but expansive. Songs would start with a clear melodic theme, often built around a blues progression or a variation on blues changes, And then the band would explore that theme through extended improvisation. The solos were not simply displays of technical facility, though the playing was certainly virtuosic, but rather explorations of feeling and possibility, the band listening to each other and responding, building intensity gradually, finding moments of climax and then pulling back, creating arcs of tension and release that could stretch across 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. Their first two studio albums, released in 1969 and 1970, established their approach and their sound, but it was their live performances that really captured what the band could do. On stage, the Allman Brothers extended their songs far beyond the studio versions, treating concerts as opportunities for the kind of sustained improvisation that couldn't fit on a vinyl record. A song like Whipping Post, which was about 7 minutes on the studio album, might stretch to 20 or 25 minutes in concert, with multiple extended solos and dynamic shifts. The band toured relentlessly in 1970 and 1971, playing colleges and clubs and outdoor venues across the South and increasingly across the rest of the country as their reputation spread. They developed a devoted following among audiences who appreciated their musicianship and their willingness to take risks in performance, to not simply reproduce their records, but to use songs as starting points for exploration. In March 1971, the Allman Brothers recorded a series of concerts at the Fillmore East in New York City, and these performances were released as a double album later that year. At Fillmore East captured the band at the peak of their powers, playing with intensity and precision and joy, the improvisations coherent and purposeful, the ensemble playing tight even as individual musicians stretched out into solos. The album was both a commercial success and an artistic statement, demonstrating that Southern rock could be virtuosic and sophisticated, while maintaining its roots in blues feeling and Southern identity. The success of At Fillmore East brought the Allman Brothers national recognition and positioned them as leaders of the emerging Southern rock movement, but the triumph was brief. In October 1971, Duane Allman was killed in a motorcycle accident in Macon. He was 24 years old, at the height of his creative powers, and his death was a devastating loss for the band and for the music. The band continued after Duane's death, completing the album they had been working on, Eat a Peach, which combined studio tracks from before Duane's accident with live recordings, and eventually recruiting a new guitarist, Chuck Leavell, and continuing to tour and record. But the loss of Duane fundamentally changed the band's sound and trajectory. His slide guitar, his particular approach to improvisation, his leadership within the group's musical conversations, none of this could simply be replaced. The Allman Brothers' importance to Southern rock extended beyond their own music. They had demonstrated that a band from the South, playing music rooted in Southern traditions, could achieve both artistic credibility and commercial success. They had shown that blues-based improvisation could work in a rock context, that extended jams were viable, that a band could be virtuosic without losing emotional directness. And they had created in Macon a scene and a support structure, the record label, the rehearsal spaces, the community of musicians and crew, that other Southern rock bands could draw upon. The Capricorn label, buoyed by the Allman Brothers' success, signed and developed other Southern rock acts through the early 1970s. The Marshall Tucker Band, Wet Willie, and others recorded for Capricorn, and benefited from the label's regional identity and its understanding of how to market Southern rock. Macon remained the spiritual and organizational center of the genre, even as bands were based in other southern cities. The city itself became part of the mythology. The big house where members of the Allman Brothers Band and their extended community lived communally became a gathering place for musicians and friends, a space where the boundaries between life and art were porous, where music was played informally as well as in performance contexts. The H&H Restaurant, a soul food establishment where the band regularly ate, became part of the scene's geography, a place where musicians and fans might encounter each other over plates of fried chicken and greens. This sense of place, of music being embedded in a specific community and landscape, was important to Southern rock's identity. The genre was not just about a sound, it was about where that sound came from, about the connection between music and place, about the idea that this music could only have been made in the South by people who understood the region's history and its musical traditions and its contemporary realities. Jacksonville and beyond, Lynyrd Skynyrd and the harder edge. While Macon served as one pole of Southern rock, Jacksonville, Florida, provided another musically distinct but equally important. Jacksonville was where Lynyrd Skynyrd formed and developed, and Skynyrd's approach to Southern rock was different from the Allman Brothers in ways that expanded the genre's range and its audience. Jacksonville in the early 1970s was a port city, a working-class town with military bases and industrial operations, a place where country and soul and rock and roll all had audiences. The city's music scene was active, but not as organized or label-centered as Macon's. Bands played in local clubs and high school gymnasiums, building followings through live performance rather than through record company support. Lynyrd Skynyrd began as a group of high school friends in the mid-1960s, playing under various names before settling on Lynyrd Skynyrd, a mocking reference to a high school gym teacher who had hassled them about their long hair. The band's lineup went through changes, but by the early 1970s, it had stabilized around Ronnie Van Zant on vocals, Gary Rossington and Alan Collins on guitars, Ed King on guitar, later replaced by Steve Gaines, Leon Wilkson on bass, Billy Powell on keyboards, and Bob Burns on drums, later replaced by Artemis Pyle. Where the Allman Brothers emphasized improvisation and jazz-influenced interplay, Lynyrd Skynyrd emphasized structure and power. Their songs were tightly arranged, built around strong riffs and clear melodic hooks, designed to be anthems as much as vehicles for extended solos. The three-guitar attack, 3 electric guitars playing harmonized lines, creating a wall of sound that was both heavy and melodic, became their signature approach. Ronnie Van Zant was a different kind of frontman than Greg Allman. Where Greg's voice was soulful and vulnerable, Ronnie's was aggressive and confident, singing with a pronounced Southern accent and a confrontational edge. His lyrics addressed Southern identity directly, often defensively, asserting pride in being from the South while acknowledging the region's complexities and contradictions. The song Sweet Home Alabama, released in 1974, became Lynyrd Skynyrd's biggest hit and one of the most recognizable Southern rock anthems. Written in response to Neil Young's songs Southern Man and Alabama, which criticized the South for its history of racism, Sweet Home Alabama was both a celebration of the region and a complicated statement about Southern identity. The lyrics referenced George Wallace, the segregationist Alabama governor, in ways that were ambiguous. Were they endorsing him or being ironic? Listeners interpreted the song differently, and the band members themselves gave different accounts of their intentions. This ambiguity around racial politics was not unique to Lynyrd Skynyrd, but it was particularly visible in their case because of their commercial success and because of how explicitly they addressed Southern identity in their lyrics. The band played Free Bird, their epic ballad-turned guitar showcase, with an American flag backdrop, and they used Confederate flag imagery in some of their promotional materials and stage designs. The Confederate flag's meaning was contested terrain in the 1970s South. For some, it represented regional pride and rebellion against outside judgment, divorced from its historical association with slavery and segregation. For others, it remained an unmistakable symbol of white supremacy and resistance to civil rights. Southern rock bands' use of the flag was part of this contested space, claiming Southernness in ways that were fraught with historical weight. But Lynyrd Skynyrd's music also had progressive elements that complicated simple political categorizations. The band spoke out against gun violence in Saturday Night Special. They criticized the entertainment industry's exploitation in working for MCA, and their shows regularly featured black musicians as opening acts or special guests, suggesting that their relationship to racial politics was more complex than their imagery might suggest. What was undeniable was the power of their music and their connection to working-class Southern audiences. Lynyrd Skynyrd's songs addressed the lives of people who worked hard for modest pay, who were proud of where they came from even if they were critical of specific policies or politicians, who wanted music that reflected their experiences without apology or condescension. Songs like Gimme 3 Steps and Simple Man and Call Me the Breeze spoke to these audiences with authenticity and respect. The band's live performances were electric and intense. Unlike the Allman Brothers' extended improvisations, Lynyrd Skynyrd's concerts were structured around song performances with solos that were substantial but contained within the song frameworks. The exception was Free Bird, which would typically close their shows and which featured an extended guitar section, the 3 guitars playing harmonized melodies and trading solos over a driving rhythm that built to a climactic finish. Free Bird became a ritual in Southern rock concerts, a song that audiences expected and demanded, raising lighters during the ballad opening and headbanging through the guitar finale. The song's theme of freedom and refusal to be tied down resonated with the independent spirit that Southern rock audiences valued, and its musical journey from acoustic intimacy to electric intensity mirrored the genre's range. Lynyrd Skynyrd's commercial breakthrough came with their 1973 debut album and accelerated through the mid-1970s as they toured relentlessly and built a devoted following. They played arenas and outdoor festivals, their 3-guitar attack and Van Zant's commanding stage presence making them one of the most popular live acts in American rock. They represented Southern rock at its most uncompromising and most commercially successful, proving that music with explicit regional identity could compete in the national market. Other bands emerged from Jacksonville and from across the South, each adding their own variations to the Southern rock sound. The Outlaws, based in Tampa, emphasized vocal harmonies and dual lead guitars, creating a sound that bridged Southern rock and country rock. Molly Hatchet, from Jacksonville, leaned toward heavier, more metal-influenced guitar work, while maintaining Southern rock's thematic concerns. Blackfoot combined hard rock power with blues and country elements. These bands, along with Lynyrd Skynyrd, represented the harder edge of Southern rock, the side of the genre that emphasized riffs and power and anthemic choruses over extended improvisation. This approach proved highly successful commercially, bringing Southern rock into the mainstream of 1970s rock music and establishing it as a significant force in American popular culture. The broader landscape, Marshall Tucker, Wet Willie, and Southern Soul. While the Allman Brothers and Lynyrd Skynyrd became the most visible representatives of Southern rock, numerous other bands contributed to the genre's diversity and development through the 1970s. The Marshall Tucker Band and Wet Willie, in particular, demonstrated that Southern rock could encompass a wide range of sounds and influences while maintaining its regional identity. The Marshall Tucker Band, formed in Spartanburg, South Carolina, in the early 1970s, brought a more country and jazz-influenced approach to Southern rock. Their lineup included flute and saxophone, alongside the standard rock instrumentation of guitars, bass, and drums, and their music incorporated elements of country, jazz, blues, and rock in fluid combinations that gave each song its own distinctive character. Toy Caldwell, the band's lead guitarist and primary songwriter, played with a melodic sensibility that drew from country and jazz as much as from blues. His guitar solos were lyrical and carefully constructed, more concerned with melody and phrasing than with raw power or extended improvisation. The presence of Jerry Eubanks on flute, saxophone, and keyboards added textures and colors that were unusual in rock music, giving the Marshall Tucker Band a sound that was immediately recognizable. Songs like Can't You See combined country-style storytelling with rock energy, the acoustic guitar and flute creating a gentler opening before electric guitars entered and pushed the song into full band territory. Heard It in a Love Song demonstrated the band's ability to craft melodic, accessible songs that maintained Southern rock's instrumental sophistication. Extended instrumental passages in songs like 24 Hours at a Time showed the band's jazz influences, with solos that explored harmonic changes rather than staying within blues-based structures. The Marshall Tucker Band's live performances were more structured than the Allman Brothers' jams, but still allowed substantial room for improvisation and extended playing. Their concerts moved between quieter, more intimate moments, often featuring acoustic guitars and flute, and full band electric sections where all the instruments came together in powerful ensemble playing. This dynamic range made their shows varied and engaging, capable of appealing to audiences who wanted both musical sophistication and rock energy. Wet Willie, based in Mobile, Alabama, brought Southern soul and R&B more explicitly into the Southern rock framework. Their music incorporated horn sections, funk rhythms, and gospel-influenced vocals, creating a sound that was closer to the Muscle Shoals soul tradition than to blues rock. Singer Jimmy Hall's vocals and harmonica playing gave the band a distinctive front presence, his voice capable of both tender balladry and raw, shouted intensity. Keep On Smilin', Wet Willie's biggest hit, exemplified their approach. A horn-driven groove, gospel-style backing vocals, Hall's soulful lead singing, and guitar work that supported the song's feel without dominating it. The song worked equally well on AM radio and in live performance, demonstrating that Southern rock could be both commercially viable and musically distinctive. Wet Willie's connection to black musical traditions was more direct and acknowledged than some other Southern rock bands. They recorded at Muscle Shoals and worked with musicians who had deep roots in soul and R&B. Their sound reflected the reality that the musical landscape of the South was not divided into separate white and black traditions, but rather was a complex ecology where influences moved in all directions, where white musicians learned from black musicians and vice versa, where genres were porous and borrowing was constant. The Charlie Daniels Band represented yet another variation within Southern rock, one that leaned heavily into country and bluegrass traditions while maintaining rock energy and volume. Charlie Daniels himself was a veteran musician who had worked as a session player in Nashville and had played on Bob Dylan's Nashville Skyline album. His fiddle playing drew from bluegrass and country traditions, and his songs often told stories in the narrative style of country music. The South's Gonna Do It Again, released in 1975, was both a celebration of Southern rock and a catalogue of the genre's major acts, name-checking the Allman Brothers, Lynyrd Skynyrd, the Marshall Tucker Band, and others. The song asserted Southern musical pride and positioned Southern rock as a coherent movement with shared identity and mutual support. Whether the "it" that the South was going to do again referred to musical dominance or to something more politically charged was deliberately ambiguous, allowing listeners to interpret the song according to their own understanding of Southern identity. The Devil Went Down to Georgia, released in 1979, became Charlie Daniels's biggest hit and one of the most recognizable Southern rock recordings. The song was structured as a narrative with fiddle pyrotechnics, representing the musical duel between the protagonist and the devil. Its bluegrass influences and storytelling approach connected Southern rock to older country traditions, while its electric instrumentation and rock energy kept it firmly within the Southern rock framework. These bands, along with many others, Grinder Switch, The Outlaws, Blackfoot, 38 Special, and more, created a rich and varied Southern rock landscape in the 1970s. The genre was not monolithic. It encompassed everything from extended blues jams to tight 3-minute singles, from acoustic balladry to heavy electric power, from country storytelling to soul and funk grooves. What unified these diverse approaches was a shared connection to the South as a place and an identity, a drawing upon Southern musical traditions, and a commitment to music that sounded distinctly regional even as it competed in national and international markets. The sound itself, guitars, organs, and the Southern rock aesthetic. To truly understand Southern rock, we must attend closely to the sound itself, to the specific instrumental approaches, production techniques, and musical gestures that defined the genre and distinguished it from other forms of rock music in the 1970s. The guitar was the central instrument, and the guitar sound of Southern rock had particular characteristics that were immediately recognizable. Southern rock guitarists favored Gibson guitars, Les Pauls and SGs particularly, and Marshall or Fender amplifiers, creating a tone that was warm and thick, with substantial mid-range presence and a natural overdrive that came from turning the amplifiers up to the point where they began to distort organically. The playing style emphasized blues-based phrasing. Guitarists used pentatonic scales and blues scales, bending strings to create vocal-like expressiveness, using vibrato to sustain and shape notes. The influence of B.B. King and Albert King and Freddie King, the three kings of electric blues, was evident in the way Southern rock guitarists approached melody and rhythm, treating the guitar as a singing instrument rather than merely a chordal or percussive one. Slide guitar became particularly associated with Southern rock, especially through Duane Allman's playing. The slide technique, using a glass or metal cylinder on one finger of the fretting hand to slide smoothly between notes rather than stopping the strings at discrete frets, allowed for perfect control of pitch and for the kind of swooping, singing tones that echoed both steel guitar traditions and vocal blues phrasing. Duane played slide in standard tuning rather than open tunings, which was unusual and which gave his playing a distinctive sound and approach. The twin guitar or triple guitar approach was another defining characteristic. Having 2 or 3 lead guitarists allowed for harmonized melodies, with guitars playing the same melodic line at different intervals, typically in thirds or sixths, creating a fuller, more complex sound than a single guitar could achieve. It also allowed for conversational interplay, with guitarists trading phrases, responding to each other, building musical dialogues within the structure of the song. This multi-guitar approach required careful arrangement and listening. The guitarists had to know when to play in unison, when to harmonize, when to play complementary rhythms, when to step back and let another guitar take the foreground. The best Southern rock bands achieved this balance intuitively, the guitarists listening closely to each other and to the whole ensemble, making musical decisions in real time that served the song and the performance. The Hammond B3 organ was the other signature instrument of Southern rock, particularly in the Allman Brothers sound. The Hammond organ produced a rich, complex tone through tone wheels and drawbars, and when played through a Leslie speaker, which used rotating baffles to create a swirling dimensional effect, it could fill enormous sonic space. Greg Allman's organ playing was both rhythmic and harmonic, providing chords and sustained tones that supported the guitars while also emerging into solos that had their own melodic and harmonic logic. The organ's role was to thicken the sound, to add layers of harmony and texture that guitars and bass alone couldn't provide. In quieter passages, the organ might play sustained chords that created an atmospheric backdrop. In louder sections, it might play rhythmic stabs that locked with the drums and pushed the music forward. In solo sections, it could take the melodic lead, playing long sustained notes or rapid runs across the keyboard. The rhythm section in Southern rock was crucial, even though it received less attention than guitars and organ. Southern rock drummers played with a strong backbeat, but also with a swing feel that came from blues and jazz traditions. The beat was solid and driving, but never mechanical. It breathed and flexed, responding to what the other instruments were doing, pushing slightly ahead or pulling slightly back to create tension and release. The use of 2 drummers, pioneered by the Allman Brothers, created a rhythmic complexity that was rare in rock music. The drummers could layer different patterns, with one playing a solid backbeat, while the other played more improvisational fills and accents. They could create polyrhythms, different rhythmic patterns happening simultaneously, that gave the music a depth and motion that a single drummer couldn't achieve. This required careful coordination and musical sensitivity, the drummers listening to each other and to the ensemble, knowing when to play in unison and when to diverge. The bass in Southern rock served primarily to lock with the drums and provide the harmonic foundation, but good Southern rock bassists also knew how to add melodic interest and rhythmic variation. They played with both fingers and picks, depending on the song's needs, and they understood how to support the music's dynamic range, playing more simply during busy sections and adding more melodic movement during sparser passages. The vocals in Southern rock carried distinct characteristics. Singers typically had rough, lived-in voices rather than smooth pop voices. They sang with Southern accents that were not hidden or smoothed away, but rather emphasized as part of the music's authenticity. The phrasing drew from blues and country traditions, the way notes were approached, the way syllables were stretched or compressed, the use of melisma and bending to add emotional color. The production aesthetic of Southern rock recordings was relatively straightforward and naturalistic compared to some 1970s rock. The recordings emphasized clarity and presence, capturing the sound of the instruments in the room rather than creating heavily processed or artificial sounds. The studios where Southern rock was typically recorded, Capricorn Studios in Macon, Criteria Studios in Miami, Muscle Shoals Sound Studio in Alabama, used warm analog equipment and recording techniques that prioritized capturing good performances over extensive manipulation in mixing. Live recording techniques were particularly important because so much of Southern rock's identity was tied to live performance. The At Fillmore East album demonstrated that live recordings could be both commercially successful and artistically superior to studio recordings, capturing an energy and spontaneity that scripted studio sessions often missed. Many Southern rock albums included live tracks or were entirely live recordings, acknowledging that the genre's essence was more fully expressed in performance than in the controlled environment of the studio. The overall aesthetic was one of directness and authenticity. The music was meant to sound like a band playing together in real time, not like an assemblage of separately recorded parts. The imperfections, the slight variations in timing, the occasional rough edge in a vocal, the feedback that crept in during quiet moments, were not problems to be fixed, but rather evidence of the music's liveness and humanity. This aesthetic connected to the genre's cultural positioning. Southern rock was music for people who valued authenticity over polish, substance over surface, direct expression over artful presentation. It was music that took pride in sounding like it came from somewhere specific, made by people with dirt under their fingernails and sweat on their brows. People who worked hard and played hard and didn't apologize for being who they were. The live experience, concerts, festivals, and the Southern rock circuit. Southern rock was, fundamentally, a live music genre. While studio albums were important for establishing songs and reaching radio audiences, the true expression of the music happened in performance, in bars and arenas, in outdoor fields and college gymnasiums, in the direct encounter between bands and audiences. The live environment shaped everything about how Southern rock developed and what it meant to its audiences. A Southern rock concert was not simply a reproduction of recorded songs, but rather an event, a gathering, a shared experience that could transform familiar material into something new and unpredictable. The bands understood this and structured their performances accordingly, treating shows as opportunities for exploration and connection rather than as scripted presentations. The smaller venues, the roadhouses and clubs where Southern rock bands often played early in their careers and sometimes continued to play even after achieving wider success, created an intimate and intense performance environment. These were spaces where the audience was close enough to see the musicians' fingers on their instruments, to see the sweat and the concentration and the communication between band members. The volume was loud because the amplifiers were close, and the sound was raw and immediate. In these settings, a concert might begin around 9 or 10 at night and continue until 1 or 2 in the morning. The band would play long sets with short breaks, building energy gradually, reading the crowd's response and adjusting their choices accordingly. If people were dancing and the energy was high, they might extend a particular groove or launch into an up-tempo song. If the room needed a breather, they might slow things down with a ballad or a quieter jam. The interaction between band and audience in these intimate venues was direct and continuous. The audience could shout requests or encouragement, and the band could respond either verbally or by incorporating what they were hearing into their musical choices. This created a feedback loop where the performance was shaped by both the band's intentions and the audience's energy, neither fully in control, the music emerging from their interaction. The larger venues, arenas and outdoor amphitheaters and festival grounds created different performance dynamics. The audiences were bigger, sometimes numbering in the thousands or tens of thousands, and the distance between stage and crowd was greater. But Southern rock bands adapted their approach to maintain connection and intensity even at this scale. The visual spectacle became more important in arena settings. Lighting rigs could create dramatic effects, colored spotlights washing across the stage, follow spots highlighting individual soloists, the stage going dark during quiet passages and then exploding with light during climaxes. The Marshall Tucker Band might use more subdued atmospheric lighting during their quieter, jazzier sections, while Lynyrd Skynyrd would employ aggressive rock concert lighting during their harder driving songs. The sound systems in larger venues had to be powerful enough to fill huge spaces while maintaining clarity and dynamic range. By the mid-1970s, touring sound reinforcement had developed to the point where it was possible to present reasonably accurate sound to large outdoor audiences, though the quality still varied considerably depending on venue acoustics and system quality. The best Southern rock concerts in arena or festival settings achieved a balance where the music was loud enough to be felt physically, but clear enough that individual instruments and vocals remained distinct. The outdoor festival was a particularly important context for Southern rock. These events, sometimes single-day affairs, sometimes multi-day gatherings, brought together multiple Southern rock bands, along with associated acts from country rock, blues, and mainstream rock. The festivals created temporary communities, audiences camping on site or traveling from nearby towns, spending entire days and nights in the festival environment. The outdoor setting changed the sensory experience of the music. The sound carried across open space, diffusing into the air rather than being contained by walls and ceiling. The visual experience was less controlled. Natural light during the day, darkness broken only by stage lights and campfires at night, stars visible overhead in rural locations far from city lights. The smells were different too: dust and grass, smoke from grills and campfires, the distinctive smell of outdoor crowds in summer heat. These festivals often took place in the South during warm months, which meant dealing with heat and humidity. Afternoon shows happened under brutal sun, with bands and audiences both enduring temperatures that could exceed 90 or even 100 degrees. Evening brought relief as temperatures dropped, but the humidity remained. creating a thick atmosphere where sound seemed to hang in the air, where movement through the crowd felt like moving through water. The ritual of these festivals became part of their appeal, arriving early to claim a good spot near the stage, wandering through the grounds between sets, encountering friends and strangers, eating food from vendor booths or from coolers brought from home, waiting through the long afternoon for the headlining bands to take the stage as darkness fell, hearing the first notes of a favorite song and feeling the crowd surge forward, thousands of people moving together in response to the music. The concerts themselves followed certain patterns while remaining unpredictable in their details. Opening acts would play shorter sets, establishing energy and warming up the audience. Mid-level acts might play an hour or 90 minutes, including a few extended songs, but generally moving through their material at a steady pace. Headliners would take the stage late, 10 or 11 at night often, and play for 2 or even 3 hours, stretching songs out, taking risks with improvisation, building to climactic moments that felt earned through the long build-up. The encore was a standard ritual by the 1970s, but in Southern rock it often felt more genuine than in some other genres. The audience's demand for more was real, born of not wanting the experience to end, and the band's return to the stage felt like a gift rather than an obligation. The encore songs were often the most beloved or the longest, Lynyrd Skynyrd ending with Free Bird, the Allman Brothers stretching Whipping Post to half an hour or more. The touring circuit that Southern rock bands travelled became its own geography, a map of the South defined by venues and colleges and festival sites. The University of Georgia in Athens, the University of Florida in Gainesville, Auburn, Tuscaloosa, Chapel Hill. These college towns had active music scenes and enthusiastic audiences. The Fox Theatre in Atlanta was a premier venue, its ornate interior creating a dramatic setting for concerts. Outdoor venues like the Great Southeast Music Hall in Atlanta or the large festival grounds that popped up in rural areas became pilgrimage sites for Southern rock fans. Bands would return to these venues repeatedly, sometimes playing the same town multiple times in a year. The audiences came to know what to expect and when to expect it. Certain songs would always be played, certain moments would always happen. But within this framework of familiarity, there was always the possibility of something new, an unexpected song, an extended jam that went to places it had never gone before, a night when everything clicked and the music transcended its usual bounds. This live-first culture meant that Southern rock bands spent much of their time on the road, traveling between gigs in vans and buses, sleeping in cheap motels or not sleeping, eating bad food, dealing with equipment breakdowns and cancelled shows and all the mundane difficulties of life on tour. The romanticism of the road was real for audiences who only saw the concerts, but for the musicians, it was also work, exhausting, sometimes tedious, occasionally dangerous work that required stamina and dedication. But the road also created bonds within bands and between bands and audiences. The shared experience of travel, the accumulation of stories and inside jokes, the development of musical communication through constant performance together. All of this created a sense of purpose and community that sustained musicians through the difficulties. And the direct connection with audiences, the immediate feedback of applause or dancing or rapt attention provided validation that recording in a studio could never match. The studio world. Recording Southern rock. While live performance was the heart of Southern rock, the studio was where the music became fixed, where it was captured in forms that could be distributed widely, played on radio, sold in record stores, carried home by fans. The studio recording process for Southern rock had its own particular character, shaped by the genre's values and by the specific studios where much of the music was made. Capricorn Studios in Macon was the most important recording facility for Southern rock in the early 1970s. The studio was established by Phil Walden and Capricorn Records as a recording base for the label's artists, and it became the home studio for the Allman Brothers Band and other Capricorn acts. The studio was equipped with professional-grade analog recording equipment, multi-track tape machines, mixing consoles, microphones, outboard effects, but it maintained a relaxed, informal atmosphere that encouraged creative risk-taking. The recording approach at Capricorn emphasized capturing live performances. Rather than recording instruments separately in isolation, the bands typically set up in the studio much as they would on stage and played together, with all the musicians in the same room or in connected rooms where they could see and hear each other. This approach preserved the ensemble feel and the interactive improvisation that was central to Southern rock's sound. Johnny Sandlin was the primary producer and engineer for many Capricorn recordings, and his aesthetic aligned with the music's values. He understood that the goal was not to create perfect, polished recordings, but rather to capture authentic performances, to preserve the energy and feel that made the music compelling in live settings. His production was relatively hands-off, focused on getting good sounds from the instruments and then letting the musicians play, trusting that good performances would emerge from the process. The recording process was not rushed. Bands might spend weeks or months working on an album, trying different arrangements, recording multiple takes of songs, listening back and deciding what was working. But the actual tracking, the process of recording the basic performances, was often done relatively quickly once the songs were ready, capturing the freshness and spontaneity that came from not over-rehearsing. Criteria Studios in Miami was another important Southern rock recording facility, particularly for some of the Allman Brothers' later work. Criteria was a larger, more commercial studio that had recorded everyone from James Brown to Eric Clapton, and it had a reputation for technical excellence. The studio's equipment and acoustics could deliver very clean, detailed recordings, though the challenge was always to maintain the rawness and energy of the music while taking advantage of the studio's capabilities. Muscle Shoals Sound Studio in Alabama, while primarily known for soul and R&B recordings, also hosted Southern rock sessions. The studio's rhythm section, the session musicians known as the Swampers, had played on countless hits for black artists, and their understanding of groove and feel influenced the Southern rock musicians who recorded there. The Muscle Shoals aesthetic, warm, punchy, grounded in soul and blues traditions, aligned well with Southern rock's priorities. The recording techniques used in these studios were analog and relatively straightforward by later standards. The music was recorded to multi-track tape, typically 16-track or 24-track machines, with each instrument or group of instruments assigned to specific tracks. The drums might occupy 4 or 5 tracks: kick drum, snare, tom-toms, overhead microphones for cymbals. Bass would get its own track. Each guitar would get a track or two. Organ might be recorded in stereo, occupying 2 tracks. Vocals would have dedicated tracks. The recording was done in passes. The basic tracks, drums, bass, rhythm guitars, perhaps organ, would be recorded first, with the full band playing together to establish the song's foundation. Then additional parts would be overdubbed: lead guitar solos, vocal harmonies, additional percussion, whatever else the arrangement called for. Some bands overdubbed extensively, building up layers of guitars and voices. Others preferred to keep overdubs minimal, preserving the live-in-the-studio sound. The mixing process was where the recorded tracks were combined into a final stereo recording. The engineer would adjust the level of each track, deciding what should be loud and what should be quieter, panning instruments left and right to create a stereo image, adding reverb and other effects to create space and depth. The mix was a creative act, not just a technical one, and different mix decisions could dramatically change how a recording felt. Southern rock mixes tended to be relatively dry compared to some other rock genres, with less reverb and artificial space. The instruments were positioned clearly in the stereo field. Drums typically centered, guitars spread left and right, bass and vocals centered or near center, creating a sense that you were hearing the band in a room rather than in some artificially constructed sonic space. The final mastering process prepared the recording for vinyl pressing, adjusting overall levels and equalization to ensure the music would sound good when played back on record players. The limitations of vinyl, the way it handled bass frequencies, the way inner grooves had less high-frequency detail than outer grooves, had to be considered and compensated for. The relationship between studio recordings and live performances was complex and sometimes contradictory in Southern rock. The studio versions of songs were often shorter and more structured than the live versions, designed to fit on radio and to work within the time constraints of vinyl album sides. A song that might stretch to 15 minutes in concert would be condensed to 5 or 6 minutes on the album, with solos shortened and jam sections reduced or eliminated. This created a distinction between the album as a commercial object and the concert as a musical experience. The album introduced songs, established basic arrangements, demonstrated the band's capabilities in a controlled setting. But the concert was where the songs truly lived, where they could expand and breathe and become something more than their recorded versions. Some bands bridged this gap by releasing live albums that captured the extended performances and improvisational explorations that defined their concerts. The Allman Brothers at Fillmore East was the landmark example, but many Southern rock bands released live albums that became essential parts of their catalogue. These live recordings often outsold or were more valued than studio albums by devoted fans who preferred the music in its full, uncompromised form. The recording process itself could be shaped by Southern rock's live-first mentality. Some bands would essentially perform their songs in the studio, playing them straight through with minimal overdubbing, accepting imperfections if the overall performance had the right feel. This approach required musicians who could deliver strong performances without the safety net of extensive editing, but it resulted in recordings that captured the energy and spontaneity of live playing. Other bands took a more crafted approach, using the studio's possibilities to create arrangements and sounds that wouldn't be possible in live performance. Additional guitar tracks could create walls of harmonized sound. Keyboards could add atmospheric layers. Vocal harmonies could be stacked and refined. These studio enhancements didn't necessarily contradict Southern rock's aesthetic if they served the songs and maintained the music's essential character. The producer's role in these sessions varied. Some producers were hands-on, making significant creative contributions to arrangements and sounds. Others served primarily as facilitators, helping the band capture their own vision rather than imposing external ideas. The best producers understood the specific needs of each band and each project, knowing when to push and when to step back, when to suggest changes, and when to let things be. The studios themselves became part of Southern rock lore, talked about in album credits and interviews, visited by fans who wanted to see where their favorite albums had been made. The Big House in Macon, though not a recording studio, served as a rehearsal and gathering space, and stories from there became part of the mythology. These spaces were where the music was crafted, where ideas became recordings, where the performances that would be heard by millions were captured and preserved. Cultural identity, Southern rock, and the question of place. To understand Southern rock fully, we must grapple with what it meant as a cultural statement, how it functioned in relation to questions of Southern identity, race, class, and regional pride in the 1970s. This is complicated terrain, full of contradictions and contested meanings, but it is essential to the music's history and significance. Southern rock emerged at a particular moment in the South's history, the early 1970s, less than a decade after the major legislative victories of the civil rights movement, in a period when the region was still working out what these changes meant for social relations and cultural identity. The legal framework of Jim Crow segregation had been dismantled, but the social and economic patterns it had created and maintained persisted in many forms. For young white Southerners of the generation that created Southern rock, this was a formative context. They had grown up in a segregated South, but were coming of age in a moment when that system was being challenged and changed. They had absorbed both the region's white supremacist ideology and, for some, a growing awareness that this ideology was unjust and needed to be rejected. They had musical influences from both black and white traditions, and they were trying to figure out how to claim Southern identity in ways that acknowledged the region's culture while not defending its worst historical realities. Southern rock was one answer to this complex set of pressures. The music claimed Southernness loudly and proudly, asserting that being from the South was something to celebrate rather than to apologize for. But it did so through music that was deeply indebted to black musical traditions, the blues primarily, but also gospel and soul. This created a fundamental tension, celebrating Southern identity through music that had been created by the very people that the South's racial caste system had oppressed. Different bands navigated this tension in different ways. The Allman Brothers Band, with J-Mo as an equal member rather than as a sideman or token, demonstrated racial integration in practice. They played music that wore its blues influences openly, and Dwayne Allman in particular spoke reverently about the black blues musicians he had learned from. The band's approach suggested that Southern identity could be reconstructed to honor all of the region's musical traditions and all of its people. Lynyrd Skynyrd's approach was more complicated. Their use of Confederate flag imagery and their defensive assertions of Southern pride could be read as racially coded, as resistance to the changes that civil rights had brought. But the band also collaborated with black musicians, and Ronnie Van Zant personally opposed racism even as he defended Southern culture. The contradiction was not resolvable into simple categories. The band occupied a conflicted position that reflected the contradictions of the South itself. The audiences for Southern rock were predominantly white, particularly in the genre's early years. This was partly a function of how the music industry and radio segregated audiences, with rock music marketed primarily to white listeners and soul and R&B marketed to black listeners, even though both traditions drew from shared musical roots. But it also reflected social realities. The concerts and festivals where Southern rock was played were spaces that were implicitly or explicitly white-coded, and black Southerners often did not feel welcome or safe in these spaces. This racial composition of audiences was significant because it meant that Southern rock became associated with white Southern identity specifically, even though the music's sound and sources were not exclusively white. The genre's symbols, the Confederate flag most problematically, but also references to rural life, trucks, working-class labor, carried racial implications whether or not individual musicians intended them to. The class dimension of Southern rock was as important as the racial dimension. The music spoke to and for working-class and lower-middle-class white Southerners, people who worked hard for modest pay, who were proud of their skills and their labor, who felt looked down upon by both Northern elites and Southern aristocrats. The long hair and denim of Southern rock style, the direct and sometimes crude language, the celebration of manual work and rural life, all of this aligned the genre with working-class identity. This class positioning connected to the genre's sound. The music was not polished or refined in the way that some progressive rock or art rock was. It was rough and direct, valuing feel over technical perfection, emotion over sophistication. The extended jams were not showpieces of virtuosity, though they required considerable skill, but rather communal explorations, the band working together to create something that couldn't be planned or scripted. The themes that appeared in Southern rock lyrics reinforced these class and regional identifications. Songs about highway travel reflected the mobility and restlessness of working people who might move from job to job, from town to town, following work or fleeing trouble. Songs about Saturday night drinking and fighting reflected the culture of roadhouses and bars where working people gathered for recreation. Songs about freedom and not being tied down reflected a resistance to the constraints of regular employment and social expectation. The gender dynamics of Southern rock were conventional for 1970s rock music, which is to say they were largely masculine and often excluded or objectified women. The bands were almost entirely male. The audiences included women, but were often majority male, particularly in the mosh and dance areas close to the stage. The imagery was of male camaraderie, of brotherhood, of freedom defined as escape from domestic responsibility. Women appeared in lyrics primarily as lovers or as objects of desire, rarely as full subjects with their own agency and experience. This masculine orientation was not unique to Southern rock. It characterized much of rock music in the 1970s, but it was particularly pronounced in a genre that was already defined by working-class identity and regional pride, both of which were coded as masculine virtues. The long hair that Southern rock musicians wore was a marker of rebellion, but it was masculine rebellion, aligned with biker culture and outlaw imagery, rather than with the more androgynous aesthetics of some other rock subcultures. The relationship between Southern rock and country music was also significant for understanding the genre's cultural positioning. Country music was the other major musical genre associated with the White South, and there was substantial overlap in audiences and themes between Southern rock and country. But Southern rock was louder, more electric, more aligned with youth culture and rebellion. Country music in the 1970s was often more conservative, more explicitly tied to traditional values and lifestyles. Southern rock borrowed from country, the storytelling, the honky-tonk piano, sometimes the pedal steel guitar, but it electrified and intensified these elements, making them louder and harder and more suited to the arena and festival contexts where rock concerts happened. This allowed Southern rock to appeal to audiences who wanted music that sounded Southern, but who didn't want the more traditional or conservative associations of country music. The Northern reception of Southern rock was mixed. Some listeners and critics appreciated the music's energy and musicianship, while remaining uncomfortable with its regional symbolism and its racial and class associations. The Confederate flag imagery in particular troubled many Northern observers who saw it primarily as a symbol of slavery and racism rather than as a more ambiguous marker of regional identity. Southern rock bands were aware of these perceptions and sometimes pushed back against them. They argued that Southernness was more complex than Northern stereotypes allowed, that the South included people of different political views and racial attitudes, that being proud of Southern culture didn't mean defending everything the South had done. But these arguments were complicated by the genre's actual symbolism and by the fact that some fans clearly did interpret Southern rock in terms that were racially conservative or reactionary. By the late 1970s, as Southern rock achieved mainstream commercial success, some of these cultural and political tensions began to ease. The music became accepted as a legitimate regional variation of American rock, something that could be appreciated for its musical qualities without necessarily engaging with its more complicated cultural dimensions. This mainstreaming both expanded Southern rock's audience and arguably diluted some of its regional specificity and edge. The road and the highway, travel as theme and experience. The highway runs through Southern rock, both literally and metaphorically, as an actual experience that shaped the music and as a recurring theme in lyrics and imagery. Understanding the role of travel and the road in Southern rock means understanding both the practical realities of touring and the symbolic meanings that roads and travel carried in American culture. The practical reality was that Southern rock bands traveled constantly. Touring was essential to building an audience in the era before music video and widespread FM radio play. Bands had to go to where the audiences were, playing shows in town after town, gradually building reputations through live performance. This meant spending vast amounts of time in vehicles, vans in the early years, buses and trucks as bands became more successful, moving between gigs that might be hundreds of miles apart. The geography of these tours was primarily Southern in the early years, following circuits through the region's colleges and clubs and venues. A typical run might move from Macon to Jacksonville, to Gainesville, to Tuscaloosa, to Birmingham, to Atlanta, and back to Macon, hitting college towns and mid-sized cities, playing to audiences that were increasingly familiar with the bands and the music. As Southern rock became more nationally known, the tours expanded to include the rest of the country, but the Southern circuit remained the home base and the core audience. The highways themselves were two-lane roads through rural areas for much of this circuit, passing through small towns and pine forests, crossing rivers and cutting through red clay hills. The interstate highway system was still being completed in the South in the 1970s, and many routes still followed older highways that wound through the landscape rather than cutting straight across it. This meant that highway travel was slower and more immersive in the landscape, a journey through places rather than a rapid transit between destinations. The experience of this travel was both mundane and transformative. Much of it was tedious. Hours of sitting, looking out windows at passing scenery, dealing with the discomfort of van or bus seating, the boredom of long stretches with nothing to do. But it also created time for conversation, for musical discussion and planning, for the kind of idle thinking that can lead to creative ideas, and it created an intimacy among band members, a shared experience of the road that bonded them together. The stops along the way became part of the routine and the mythology. Gas stations where the van would fuel up and the band would buy snacks and use restrooms. Diners where they would eat late-night meals, often the only customers at 3 a.m, ordering eggs and bacon and coffee while the waitress wondered who these long-haired men were. Motels where they would catch a few hours of sleep before driving to the next town and the next gig. These experiences of road life fed directly into the music's themes. Songs about traveling, about being on the move, about the freedom and the weariness of constant motion. These were not abstract compositions, but rather expressions of lived experience. When Greg Allman sang Midnight Rider about being on the run and having to keep moving, the song carried the weight of actual nights spent driving through darkness towards some distant destination. The highway also functioned symbolically as a space of freedom and possibility. In American culture generally, and in Southern culture particularly, the open road represented escape from constraint, the possibility of reinvention, the freedom to keep moving rather than being tied down to one place or one identity. This theme had deep roots in American mythology, the frontier, the cowboy, the drifter, and it resonated with audiences who felt trapped by circumstances or who valued independence over stability. For Southern audiences, the highway theme had additional resonances. The South was a region that many people left, moving north or west in search of better economic opportunities or to escape social constraints. The Great Migration of African Americans from the South to northern cities was the most massive expression of this, but white Southerners also left in significant numbers, following similar routes and motivations. The highway represented both the possibility of leaving and the pull of return, the tension between staying and going that characterized much Southern experience. Southern rock's highway songs often expressed ambivalence about movement. The freedom of the road was real, but so was the loneliness, the loss of connection, the weariness of never settling. Songs celebrated the independence of the traveling life, while also acknowledging its costs. This ambivalence felt authentic to audiences who understood that freedom and belonging were often in tension, that you couldn't easily have both at once. The vehicles themselves became part of the imagery. Pickup trucks, which were practical work vehicles in the rural South, became symbols of Southern identity and blue-collar pride. Lynyrd Skynyrd arriving at concerts in pickup trucks rather than limousines was a statement about class identity and authenticity. Fans arriving at concerts in their own trucks reinforced this identification. The parking lots of Southern rock shows becoming fields of domestic vehicles rather than the foreign sports cars that might park outside other kinds of rock concerts. The tour bus, which became the standard transportation for successful rock bands, was a different kind of space, a mobile home where musicians could sleep and socialize and work while covering vast distances. The bus created a bubble, a moving private space where the external world was visible through windows but kept at a distance. This separation was both a privilege and an isolation, allowing bands to maintain continuity while constantly moving, but also cutting them off from sustained contact with places and people outside their immediate circle. The accidents that sometimes happened on these highways became part of Southern rock's tragic history. Duane Allman died in a motorcycle accident in Macon. Berry Oakley, the Allman Brothers bassist, died in a motorcycle accident almost exactly a year later, just a few blocks from where Duane had died. The Lynyrd Skynyrd plane crash, though not a highway accident, shared the road's dangers. The risk that came with constant travel, the fragility of life lived in motion. These deaths reinforced the association between Southern rock and the road, but in darker terms. The freedom and possibility of movement came with real dangers. The road that offered escape could also lead to destruction. This memento mori element became part of the music's emotional landscape, an acknowledgement that the life being celebrated was also a life at risk, that the freedom being claimed came at a price. The late-night character of much highway travel, bands driving through darkness to reach the next town by morning, connected to Southern rock's overall aesthetic. The music itself often evoked nighttime, with its blues roots and its association with bars and late-night gatherings. The highways at night had a particular quality, the darkness pressing close beyond the headlights' reach, the occasional lights of a distant town or a passing truck, the way radio signals would fade in and out as you moved through different broadcast ranges. This nocturnal highway experience became part of how audiences listened to the music. Southern rock playing on a car radio late at night, the highway stretching ahead, the landscape invisible in darkness. This was one of the genre's natural habitats, a context where the music made perfect sense, where it sounded exactly right. The music was built for these moments, its extended jams filling the time and miles, its themes of travel and freedom resonating with the actual experience of being in motion through the southern night. Turning points, tragedy and transformation in the late 1970s. The late 1970s brought both triumph and tragedy to Southern rock, with the genre reaching its commercial peak even as major disasters struck its most important bands. These turning points, particularly the deaths of key musicians and the Lynyrd Skynyrd plane crash, marked the end of Southern rock's first era and shaped how the music would be remembered and how it would evolve afterward. Duane Allman's death in October 1971 was the first major loss. He died in a motorcycle accident in Macon at age 24, at a moment when the Allman Brothers Band was ascending to national prominence on the strength of At Fillmore East. His death was shocking not only because of his youth and talent, but because it happened in such a sudden and mundane way. A collision with a truck, an injury that proved fatal despite medical intervention. The band's decision to continue after Duane's death was not inevitable. They could have disbanded, acknowledging that Duane's contribution was irreplaceable. But they chose to go on, completing the album they had been working on, and eventually recruiting additional musicians to fill out the sound that Duane had anchored. The music they made after his death was different, less centered on the dual guitar interplay that had defined their early work, more focused on Dickie Betts's compositional contributions and on Greg Allman's organ and vocals. Berry Oakley's death almost exactly a year later, also in a motorcycle accident in Macon, was a cruel echo of Duane's loss. Oakley had been Duane's closest musical partner in the band, his bass playing providing the harmonic and rhythmic foundation for the guitar's explorations. His death suggested a cursed quality to the band's story, a sense that the intensity they brought to their music carried over into a recklessness in their lives. The Allman Brothers continued after Oakley's death too, but the losses had fundamentally altered the band. They remained popular and continued to make successful music through the mid-1970s, but the chemistry and the sense of destiny that had characterized their early years was gone. They became a very good band rather than a transcendent one, capable of professional performances, but less likely to achieve the moments of collective improvisation that had made them extraordinary. The Lynyrd Skynyrd plane crash on October 20th, 1977, was a catastrophe of a different magnitude. The band was at the peak of their commercial success, touring to support their album Street Survivors, when their chartered plane ran out of fuel and crashed in a Mississippi swamp. Ronnie Van Zant, the band's singer and primary songwriter, was killed, along with guitarist Steve Gaines and backup singer Cassie Gaines. Other band members and crew were seriously injured. The crash was a senseless accident caused by pilot error and mechanical failure, preventable in hindsight but devastating in its consequences. The crash essentially ended Lynyrd Skynyrd as an active band. The surviving members were physically and emotionally devastated, and they decided not to continue under the Lynyrd Skynyrd name. Van Zant's death was particularly significant because he had been the band's primary voice and lyrical sensibility, the person who articulated their vision of Southern rock in its hardest and most commercially successful form. The crash also became a kind of symbolic end point for Southern rock's first era. Lynyrd Skynyrd had been the genre's most successful band in commercial terms, and their sudden absence left a vacuum that other bands couldn't fully fill. The tragedy gave the music a memorial quality, a sense that its peak moment had passed, and that what came after would necessarily be different and diminished. These deaths were not the only challenges Southern rock faced in the late 1970s. The musical landscape was changing, with punk rock emerging as a reaction against the kind of extended, virtuosic rock that Southern rock represented. Disco was dominating commercial radio and popular culture, occupying the space that rock music had held earlier in the decade. The industry was consolidating, with major labels absorbing or shutting down independent labels like Capricorn. Capricorn Records itself went bankrupt in 1979, closing the studio and the infrastructure that had been central to Southern rock's development. The label's collapse had multiple causes: financial mismanagement, changing market conditions, the loss of its most important artists, but it marked the end of the Macon-centered Southern rock scene as an organized entity. Some Southern rock bands adapted to the changing environment by moving toward harder, more arena-oriented sounds. Molly Hatchet and 38 Special, both emerging in the late 1970s, played a version of Southern rock that was closer to mainstream hard rock, with less emphasis on improvisation and blues feel, and more emphasis on power chords and anthemic choruses. This approach was commercially successful and kept Southern rock viable in the album-oriented rock radio format, but it was also less distinctive, less clearly rooted in specifically Southern musical traditions. The Charlie Daniels Band found success by leaning into country rock and eventually into country music itself, with The Devil Went Down to Georgia becoming a crossover hit that worked on both rock and country radio. This demonstrated that Southern rock's musical elements could be recombined and repositioned for different markets, that the genre's boundaries were porous and flexible. But the sense of Southern rock as a cohesive movement, as a distinct genre with its own identity and scene, began to fade in the early 1980s. The bands that had defined the genre's first era were dead, dissolved, or transformed. New bands were not emerging with the same regional focus or the same connection to Southern rock's original musical and cultural sources. The music became diffused into the broader landscape of American rock, influential but no longer distinct. The legacy, however, persisted. The albums that had been recorded in Southern rock's peak years, at Fillmore East, Lynyrd Skynyrd's Pronounced and Second Helping, the Marshall Tucker Band's early work, remained in print and continued to find new listeners. Classic rock radio, which became a major format in the 1980s, played Southern rock alongside other 1970s rock, introducing the music to audiences who hadn't experienced it in its original context. The live concert tradition also continued, with surviving bands touring regularly and new configurations forming. The Allman Brothers Band would reunite in various forms, sometimes achieving the improvisational heights of their early years. Lynyrd Skynyrd's name would eventually be revived by surviving members and by Ronnie Van Zant's brother Johnny, playing the classic material for audiences who wanted to hear it performed live. These later versions were explicitly nostalgic, recreating the past rather than creating something new, but they served a real need for audiences who valued the music and wanted to experience it in live settings. The legacy, Southern rock's lasting influence. As the 1970s ended and Southern rock's first era concluded, the music left a legacy that would influence American rock and popular culture for decades to come. This influence operated at multiple levels: musical, cultural, regional, and it shaped how later generations of musicians understood the relationship between rock music and place, between musical tradition and innovation. Musically, Southern rock demonstrated that regional musical traditions could be incorporated into rock music in ways that were both authentic to their sources and viable in contemporary commercial contexts. The blues-based improvisation, the gospel-influenced organ, the country storytelling, the slide guitar techniques, all of these elements came from specific Southern musical practices, and Southern rock showed that they could be amplified and electrified and performed for rock audiences without losing their essential character. This had implications for other regional rock movements. The success of Southern rock made it possible for bands from other regions to claim their own local traditions and identities as sources for rock music. Heartland rock in the Midwest, cowpunk in the Southwest, various regional scenes across the country. All of these were enabled in part by Southern rock's demonstration that rock music didn't have to be either British or generically American, that it could be specifically and proudly regional. The jam band tradition that emerged in the 1980s and flourished in the 1990s and 2000s owed a significant debt to Southern rock, particularly to the Allman Brothers' approach to extended improvisation. Bands like Widespread Panic, Gov't Mule, and the Derek Trucks Band were directly influenced by the Allman Brothers and consciously carried forward the tradition of blues-based extended jams. The jam band scene's emphasis on live performance over studio recordings, its touring culture, its communal relationship with audiences, all of this echoed Southern rock's values and practices. Country rock and alternative country also drew from Southern rock's synthesis of country and rock elements. The twang and the storytelling and the honky-tonk piano that Southern rock had incorporated from country traditions influenced later artists who were working at the intersection of these genres. Drive-By Truckers, an alternative country band from Alabama, explicitly positioned themselves as inheritors of Southern rock's cultural project, addressing Southern identity and history through music that combined rock energy with country and soul influences. Southern rock's influence on mainstream rock was more diffuse but still significant. The guitar harmonies that became common in arena rock and heavy metal owed something to the twin guitar approach of the Allman Brothers and Lynyrd Skynyrd. The emphasis on live performance and on treating songs as frameworks for extended solos influenced how many rock bands structured their concerts. The idea that rock music could be virtuosic and improvisational, while remaining accessible to mass audiences, was reinforced by Southern rock's example. Culturally, Southern rock's impact was complex and contested. For some Southerners, particularly white working-class Southerners, the music remained a source of regional pride and identity, a demonstration that the South could produce culture that was valued nationally and internationally. The Confederate flag controversy that Southern rock had both participated in and been affected by continued to be debated, with changing understandings of the flag's meaning leading some bands and fans to reconsider its use. The racial dynamics of Southern rock's legacy were also complex. The genre had drawn heavily from black musical traditions, while being primarily performed by white musicians for primarily white audiences. Later musicians and scholars grappled with this tension, trying to understand both the genuine musical exchange that had happened and the ways that white musicians had been able to profit from black musical innovations, while black musicians themselves often faced barriers to similar success. Some later Southern rock-influenced bands were more conscious about acknowledging and honoring the black musical traditions they drew from. The integration that the Allman Brothers had practiced became more common in jam bands and Southern rock revivals, with black and white musicians playing together and explicit acknowledgement of the African American roots of blues and gospel traditions. The regional identity that Southern rock had articulated, proud but complicated, rooted in tradition but not uncritically defensive of the past, influenced how later generations of Southerners thought about what it meant to be Southern. The music had shown that it was possible to love the South's landscape and culture and musical traditions, while also recognizing the region's difficult history and working toward a more inclusive future. The venues and festivals that had been central to Southern rock's development continued to operate, hosting later generations of Southern rock-influenced bands. The club circuit through Southern college towns remained active. Outdoor festivals continued to draw crowds for multi-day celebrations of Southern music. The infrastructure that Southern rock had helped build persisted and served new music and new audiences. The recordings themselves became classic rock staples, played on radio stations that programmed 1970s rock and heard by new generations of listeners who discovered them through their parents' record collections or through streaming services. At Fillmore East and pronounced Laird Skynyrd and the other landmark albums remained reference points. demonstrating what Southern rock had achieved at its peak and providing templates for what the music could be. The tragic deaths that had marked Southern rock's history also contributed to its legacy, giving the music a poignant quality, a sense of potential cut short, of greatness glimpsed but not fully realized. Duane Allman's slide guitar, heard on recordings made before his death at 24, became a standard against which later guitarists measured themselves. Ronnie Van Zant's lyrics about Southern life and freedom, silenced at age 29, remained as articulations of a particular moment and place and identity. By the early 21st century, Southern rock had achieved a kind of historical stability. It was recognized as an important genre in American music history, taught in music courses, written about in scholarly studies, preserved in museums and archives. The debates about its meaning and its relationship to Southern identity and racial politics continued, reflecting ongoing conversations about the South and its place in American culture. But the music itself, when heard without the weight of all these contexts and debates, retained its power. The guitars still sang with blues feeling, the drums still swung with authority, the vocals still expressed longing and pride, and the particular emotional grain of the South. The extended jams still created spaces for collective exploration and individual expression. The music remained alive in a way that transcended its historical moment, speaking to anyone who valued blues feeling, virtuosic playing, and the honest expression of lived experience. The Highway at Dawn, still playing through the FM frequencies, and the music that comes through, perhaps for the last time tonight before the morning shows take over, is Southern rock. A long instrumental passage, guitars trading phrases, the rhythm section driving forward with steady authority, the whole performance building towards some resolution that feels earned through the journey that preceded it. We have traced Southern rock through its history, from its roots in the blues to its evolution into a genre that has influenced countless other artists. We have traced Southern rock through its origins and its development, through its peak and its tragedies, through its recording studios and its concert venues, through its musical innovations and its cultural meanings. The music that emerged from the American South in the 1970s was more than just a regional variation of rock and roll. It was a cultural formation that expressed something specific about the South in a moment of transition and transformation. It drew on deep musical traditions, blues and gospel and country, and combined them in ways that were both respectful of their sources and innovative in their application. It created a sound that was immediately recognizable as Southern, that carried the accent and the phrasing and the emotional texture of the region. The musicians who created Southern rock were mostly young white Southerners, trying to figure out what it meant to be Southern at a time when the region's identity was being contested and renegotiated. They were influenced by Black musical traditions that they had grown up hearing and that they genuinely loved and respected, even as they were also benefiting from racial privileges that gave them opportunities that Black musicians often didn't have. They were proud of being Southern, while also in many cases rejecting the racism and segregation that had characterized the region's recent past. The music they made reflected these tensions and complexities. It was blues-based but electric and amplified. It was improvisational but structured. It was regional but cosmopolitan. It spoke to working-class audiences while also appealing to college students and progressive rock fans. It used symbols that were fraught with historical meaning, the Confederate flag most problematically, while also trying to articulate a Southern identity that could be inclusive and forward-looking. The live performance culture that Southern rock created, the extended jams, the communal energy between bands and audiences, the touring circuits through Southern venues, was central to the music's meaning and impact. This was music that truly lived in performance, that used studio recordings as documentation rather than as the primary artistic statement. The concerts were where Southern rock happened most fully, where the music could extend and breathe and become something more than its recorded versions. The studios where Southern rock was recorded, Capricorn in Macon, Criteria in Miami, Muscle Shoals in Alabama, were important not just as technical facilities, but as cultural spaces where the music was crafted and refined. The producers and engineers who worked in these studios understood what Southern rock needed sonically: warmth and clarity, space for the instruments to be heard individually and as an ensemble, a balance between polish and rawness that preserved the music's essential character. The tragic deaths that marked Southern rock's history, Duane Allman, Berry Oakley, the Lynyrd Skynyrd plane crash, gave the music a memorial quality, a sense of potential unfulfilled, of great artists taken too soon. These losses shaped how the music would be remembered, adding poignancy and weight to recordings that documented what these musicians had achieved before their deaths. The legacy of Southern rock extended far beyond the 1970s, influencing subsequent generations of musicians and shaping how Americans understood the relationship between rock music and regional identity. The jam band tradition, heartland rock, alternative country, and numerous other movements drew from Southern rock's example, incorporating its musical approaches, or its cultural stance, or its emphasis on live performance. But perhaps more important than any specific influence was what Southern rock demonstrated about the possibilities of regional music in a mass-mediated culture. The genre showed that music could be deeply rooted in a specific place and its traditions while also speaking to broader audiences, that regional identity could be a source of artistic strength rather than a limitation, that local musical practices could be honored and preserved even as they were adapted to contemporary contexts. The highway ahead begins to show color as the sun rises behind us, the landscape emerging from darkness into the soft light of early morning. The pine trees are green again, not just dark shapes. The red clay of the roadside is visible. A town appears ahead, its buildings catching the first direct sunlight. The radio station fades as we move out of its range, static growing, the music becoming intermittent. But the music itself doesn't fade, even as this particular broadcast ends. It remains in memory, in the recordings that captured it, in the influence it had on everything that came after. Southern rock in the 1970s was a particular phenomenon, rooted in a specific time and place, created by specific people under specific circumstances. But the music they made transcended those specifics, speaking to anyone who has felt the pull of place and tradition, anyone who has experienced the freedom and the weariness of the road, anyone who has heard in the bend of a guitar string or the swing of a rhythm section something that feels like truth. The highway continues, the music continues, and the story continues in everyone who hears these recordings and finds in them something that resonates, something that speaks to their own experience, or that opens a window into someone else's. This is what music does when it works, when it connects. It creates bridges across time and distance. between the people who made it and the people who hear it, between the specific and the universal, between what was and what continues to be. The sun is fully up now, the night is over. But the music remains, patient and ready, waiting for the next time someone tunes in a radio, or drops a needle on a record, or calls up a streaming file, waiting to sound again across the darkness or the light, across the highways and the distance, carrying with it the heat and the humidity and the particular feeling of the American South in the 1970s, when young musicians plugged in their guitars and played the blues with rock and roll energy and called it something new, Southern rock. You've been listening to The Roots of American Music, the first volume in the Midnight Collection, from the studios of Muscle Shoals to the hills of Laurel Canyon to the unmistakable sound of Southern rock. These stories remind us that music is more than entertainment. It is memory, it is place, it is the soundtrack of our lives. Thank you for spending your evening with Midnight Nostalgia. Until our next journey, good night.